Hey, folks. Yeah, welcome to the Sty Shack. Doors wide open. Come on in. Well, gosh, we got a bunch of folks already hanging out and chatting. That's good to see. It's actually very good to see. Okay, I'm just getting my pop out here so I can. There we go. So I can see my chat. Andy K. It's good to see you, Andy. I've been kind of watching for you today, but I missed you around. Who we got here? We got Andy K. We got Dojo. We got Everything Spicy. Lori. Good to see you, Lori. And we've got Nature's Beauty. We got Plain Old Chuck. We got Rod and Stephanie. Awesome. Awesome. Good group. Good group. Good startup. Wow. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Your nephew's got that pneumonia. Wow. Yeah, Lori, we totally understand if you have to cut out early. Yeah, hi everybody. Oh gosh, good group. Always a good group. Um, yeah, Mr. Spicy. Everything's spicy. Man, Phil, you should just be kicking back. You should shut all your phones off, your computer off, your laptop, and just, man, relax tonight. Phil's had a busy day. It's good to see you, Rod. Um, Andy. Yeah, it's always good to see Andy. Well, it's good to see all of you. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Chuck, old man. Really good to see you guys. Joe, hey, good to see you, Joe. There's Freeman James. Good to see you, James. Yeah, I saw Freeman James hopping around a little bit last couple of days in a couple of streams I was visiting. Yeah. Yeah, thanks, Spicy. Yeah, too many people tell me that. Oh, oh, it's that time of the night. I'll go over and I'll listen to Sty for an hour or so, and I'll fall right to sleep. Some people don't take them 15 minutes. uh, yeah, everything's spicy. Ate 12 Reapers or 12. No, he ate 8 Reapers peppers today, and then he ate the world's hottest chocolate on top of it. Yeah, crazy, crazy. Hey, Sean, Carl, great to see ya. Wanda, hi. I'm doing good. I'm doing good. To the degree that Sty gets depressed, which isn't very depressed. I don't let myself get too darn depressed. Um, I've had a few spots of depression over my life, but anymore I really work hard at not going there. But it's been feeling a little depressing lately because when I have the opportunity to get out, do something, it's raining like the devil and nasty weather. When I can't get away, the sun's shining. Today was one of those days I thought maybe I can sneak out of here. The forecast was good last night, and I thought I'll get up this morning. I'm going to sneak out of here for most of the day and then get back for my stream. No, rained all day. Now the forecast is heavy rain throughout the week, so I don't know when I'm getting back out there. I got no video for tomorrow morning. I just don't. I'm going to have to start filling in some spaces with some streams, I guess, to just keep the channel moving. But yep, Brosard's Farm. Hey, great to see ya. Yeah, newcomers are welcome. The door is open. our we got one plain simple rule here, and that's respect. Everybody shows respect to each other. I don't. That's one thing we don't tolerate is anybody showing any disrespect. Yeah. Hey, Nathaniel. Great to see you. Awesome. Yeah, we're getting a few folks in the house. Spicy said, didn't listen to Sty. No one in their right mind would eat. Oh, don't listen. Would eat 8 Reapers than the world's hottest chocolate. Yeah, go back. His streams on YouTube. Don't take my word for it. Yeah, and nobody ever accused Spicy of being in his right mind anyway. Phil. Oh yeah, and then he ate spicy pickled quail eggs too on top of all of that. Oh, Sean, you got just downpouring there, eh? Thanks, Brozar's Farm. That cabin isn't my cabin. It just makes me think of back when I lived in the Sty Shack out in the backwoods, and yeah, the Sty Shack now is it's a studio in an apartment. Sty lives in town, but he escapes to the woods whenever he can. Yeah. Oh, 3 inches so far today. Wow, that's a lot of rain. Yeah. I would love. I keep my ears to the ground on anybody that's got a piece of land with a vacant cottage on it that they just don't have any intentions of using and would like to cut a deal with me that I maintain their property and fix up their cabin suitable just at least to use as a cottage, um, in exchange for a perpetual lease until this old boy croaks. That could be 1 year or 20 years. But yeah, basically a property caretaker kind of deal in exchange for an old cottage somewhere off grid. I don't want electricity or running water. And maybe someday that'll happen. Um, Chuck's saying, ha ha ha, you amaze me sometimes. I tried to eat a Tabasco pepper in the garden and almost killed myself back to the house. Hello. Lori says, I've never heard of the world's hottest chocolate before. Yeah, it's made by a company called what is it, VAT 19 or something like that. Yeah, it's super hot. It's not as hot as a Reaper pepper, but it's hot. Um, Old man says, Sty, I know someone who I think their brain must be lost in space. Yeah. Dojo says, you're going to be around forever, Sty. Maybe my remains. Uh, Stephanie, hi. And Stephanie saying, sorry, I can't stay for long. Sty, catch up with you soon. Night, Sty, night, Andy, and everyone. Good night, Steph. Stephanie, yeah, it's great that you were here. We'll see you later. Nathaniel Lee says, Sty, do you watch Duck Dynasty? Yeah, and Sci. Yeah, yeah. Well, not anymore. I did. I watched them. Yeah, I watched their series. Yeah. But I am no relation. Some people have kind of tried to put me in that class, and I said, well, once the money matches the look, I'm good for it. Chuck says, plus I remembered the thumbs up early this time. Thanks, Chuck. You don't have to think about it now the rest of the night, right? And he says Sty's about the only person alive who, if he'd be honest about his age, could truly date the pyramids. According to you, Andy, I could have dated Cleopatra. Oh yeah, yeah. And he's trying to send Sean some water wings in a rubber dinghy. Yeah, that's like the flood I had in my apartment the other day. I went through over a 24-hour period. I had no sleep because I had major flood in the apartment building here. The apartment above me, old gal fell asleep in her living room. Well, she had the bath water running. But we got such high water pressure here that the overflow drain in the bathtub couldn't keep up with it. So the water just came over the top of the tub and it filled a big concrete column that runs down through this big, huge building. Filled that column, and that water was coming through the access doors in that column into the bathrooms in every apartment below her. And I'm on the 4th floor. Her apartment was on the 5th. I spent a good full day constantly wringing out towels, trying to keep the water from getting into the carpeted space of my apartment. And it was a nightmare. It was an absolute nightmare. And I finally got my laundry done at about 3 o'clock this morning because I had to take all the towels. I used every towel I owned to keep that water in that bathroom and not getting in here. So I had to take them all down to the laundry and wash them and dry them all. I didn't want to fight with somebody in the laundry room downstairs today. So I took them down in the middle of the night last night and did them. Andy says Cleopatra weren't into older men. Now you're really trying to age me, bud. Oh, Nathaniel's been to the Duck Commander store. Awesome. Awesome. That's cool. Cleopatra. Oh, boy. Wanda. Yeah, it was a mess. It was a dang mess. At least it was clean water. It was just running water. It was running everywhere. Fortunately, it really didn't do a lot of damage to my bathroom to speak of. They're going to keep an eye on things for the next few months. And if there becomes a mold issue or anything of any kind, they're going to go in, strip, and repaint the walls. 3 of the walls in my bathroom are concrete. So that helps a lot. Yeah, Andy, that's it. That's it. Better fresh bath water than old toilet water. Yeah. Thanks, Nathaniel. Lori says, Sty, you're lucky your laundry room's open whenever you need it. Where I live, it's open 9 to 5 and not on weekends. That really sucks, believe me. Oh my gosh, yes. Oh yes, Lori, that is a bummer. Yeah, we're fortunate. Our laundry room is open 24/7, 7 days a week, It's in our buildings is technically it's a secured building. So we don't have to worry about the chance of outsiders coming in thinking they can use our laundry room for public use because our machines are dirt cheap. It's $1 to wash and 50 cents to dry. And for that 50 cents to dry, our dryers will dry a real heavy load of laundry completely for 50 cents. And the washing machines, in fact, they're all brand new down there now. They just replaced them a year ago. So yeah, it's nice. Hey, Destination Great Lakes, great to see you, Travis. I see that there was a post. I saw a post come up somewhere. I don't know if it was Facebook or YouTube. I was going to chase that down tonight after the stream. Wanda says my timer on my washer went out during washing. I was outside cutting grass and it just kept on filling with water, flooded a couple of rooms. Oh man. Oh, Wanda, what a pain. Oh no. And he says, secured building. Call that either the loony bin or the jail where I come from. Yeah. Well, this would be considered minimum security because here they let the prisoners have keys. Oh, it was in the Sty Shack. Okay. A link to your channel. Okay. Made good use of the good weather yesterday and went visiting new places. Awesome, Travis. Great, great. Yeah, glad that you put that over in the Sty Shack. Man, all the folks that are members of the Sty Shack over on Facebook, which anybody that wants to, you can go over there and just join. It's the Sty Shack, not Sty North, the Sty Shack. You go to the Sty Shack and you can join and become part of the Sty Shack crew over there. Hey, Susan Lee, great to see you. Yeah, Spicy over here. You're always in good company over here. I'm always in good company over at Spicy's too. Um, oh, okay. Looks good, Phil. When I get done with my stream, I'll approve your request over there. Um, Lori says I have to pay $3.75 for a small. Why it'll take one load, and one load is like an outfit and a blanket. Then I've got to pay $2.75 for the dryer, and half the time it don't dry. Oh man. See, that's the thing is I consider myself very fortunate. There's no way they're covering their electric and water costs on in our laundry room. There's no way. But management said that's what the fees are, and that's it. Um, Old man said, Andy, didn't you once say that you dated one of Noah's daughters on the ark? Yeah. Oh, Chuck just being fat and sassy. Just passing ships in the night, Andy. I wasn't a true date. You weren't dating her. There was no relationship, really. Lori says, I can't wait to move, so I'll have washer and dryer that isn't going to cost me anything except to pay for the water 85 cents. But yeah. Yeah, that'd be so nice. Yeah. Oh, thanks, Travis Destination for reminding folks. Hit me with a thumbs up. That's great of you. Thank you. Thank you. Um, how's the old boy doing today, Susan Lee? Yeah. Chuck saying Noah had to keep telling the rabbits. I said only two. Yeah, I always wondered how did two of everything manage to repopulate the whole planet. Well, they were watching them rabbits on that voyage. That's what it was. Hey, Charlie Gordon, Great to see ya. Great to see ya. Hope the baby's doing well. Andy says, 2 grunts a push, and thank you very much, man. My raft had gone aground. Spicy says, protect yourself from identity theft of Sty North. Change your social security number from 1. Here we go with that. Number 1 for social security again. Yeah. No, it's the full series of numbers. It's just a bunch of zeros and a 1. So you got a little bit of work to figure out where that 1 sits. Not much, but James, I don't know that I did see your question. I must not have if you're asking me, because I must not have responded. Um, I'm looking back and I'm not seeing it. Um, no, James, it must have been quite a ways back because I'm not seeing it. And it happens. I do miss people's questions and comments, you know. Yeah, I don't see it, James. You would need to re-ask it. Um, Noah must have been Noah's brother. Yeah, plain old Chuck. Yeah. Baby's doing great. She's an eating machine, lol. That's good, Charlie. That's good. Yeah, Andy. Number 1. His foot's got 2 more weeks in a cast, but still mending. His wife was back in the hospital. Oh, wow. Thanks, Sean. I'm not that old. I'm old, but not that old. And he says, there, you old bat. Freeman James thought running water was on the road. You soaked him up. Oh, yeah. Yeah, the other running water. Wrapped running water up in a towel and threw him out, right? Yeah, old man. Andy's is -1. Depends on which voice you're asking. Yeah, James. Yeah. Yeah. Most of us can't type or spell worth a darn. So don't worry about it, Chuck. Susan Lee says, I'm old. Oh, Sean's 60. Nothing wrong with that. And I don't like the term, you're only as old as you feel. Ooh, yeah. Yeah. Sometimes that's pretty damn old. I'd rather put it, you're only as old as you think, you know, or act. Hi, Michelle. Wait till Son's in the house. Good to see you, girl. Okay. Destination Great Lakes asked the big question. So, when's your next video coming, Sty? I'm going through withdrawal. I don't know. I'm hoping it'll be midweek. I don't have one for tomorrow morning. The weather is just holding me down. I haven't had a single opportunity to get out. And I need to get out. I gotta get out. So even in the rain, I guess I'm gonna have to get out this week and get something out that no later than Friday morning, but I'll probably try to have one out by Wednesday afternoon and then do another one for Friday morning. Lori says, Spicy, I just subbed you. And Sty, yet it's going to be my own washer and dryer only. Have to pay for water, so I'll be able to do laundry when I need to. Yeah, that's awesome. That's awesome. When it's your own washer and dryer, you can do laundry anytime you want, whenever you want. Yeah, and how much you want. And he says, I'll admit, Sty, first survival course was staying alive when the dinosaurs were killed off. So no, you're not that old. Yeah, 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 yeah. When the food source got kind of wiped out, it got real tough, didn't it, Andy? Chuck says, okay, spent the day raking up walnuts so I could walk around camp without turning an ankle. Yeah, rake them up. Don't turn an ankle. God, I'm still nursing mine. Um, yeah, I'm so far behind. I'll try to get caught up. Yeah, Sean's getting close retiring. Lori said, started, you say that had another channel. So what's the name of it? I don't know who said they had another channel. I know it wasn't me because I only have one channel. Uh, that's over on Facebook. If you're talking to me, Lori, over on Facebook, I've got a private Facebook page that's called Sty North. Then I've got a group that's called Sty Shack. Yeah, and Rod says old people need love too. Andy, yeah, I'm not going to read yours, Andy. Yeah, you're only as old as the one you. Yeah, old man says Susan Lee, I probably have you beat. Odd use of cattle prod. Yeah, Susan Lee says old but gone back to my kid stage. Yeah, yeah. Susan's 67. Well, that surprises me. That surprises me. I wouldn't have guessed you to be 67. Oh, you had one nice day yesterday. Here, yesterday was on and off, but the day before was nice, but I couldn't get out of here. Well, I couldn't get out of here yesterday either because of the flooding in here. So, yeah, it's a bummer. Um, yeah, old man's 70. Um, some of us refuse to leave that stage behind us, Susan. Yeah, that's so true. Um, Rod says, do a city hike video, walk down the street and back. It's a jungle out there. Yeah, I don't know if I could tolerate the jungle too much. I had to do that when I was recovering from my heart attack. Um, all the laundry I want when I want. So that would be never for Travis. Yeah, for Destination Great Lakes. Yeah. Hi, Michael Smith. Not much older though. No, not really. Oh, a side tour of the Great Lakes Visitor Center. I might do that someday. I wouldn't think they'd have an issue of me going through and doing a video tour of it, as long as I'm giving them a positive review. Yeah, that's neat that Lori's got the voice to text. That helps. Hey, right, recycled dude, great to see ya. Old man will be right back. Um, I'm so far behind here. Um, and Jerry Batterson was here. Um, Plain old Chuck, 67 for a couple more weeks. Yeah, he's only got couple weeks to go. Yeah, yeah. Travis, he doesn't want to tell us how old or young he is. He fits right in though. He's an old soul. He's got the mind and heart of an older person. Um, I'm gonna have to skip down. If I miss anything important, please repeat it for me. Um, I just need to get caught up here. Hi, Bryce. Bryce from New Zealand's here. I saw you went up the other, I don't remember anymore. Was it yesterday or the day before? And I was caught on a panel with some folks and I couldn't get away. Otherwise, I was going to jump over and hang out with you, Bryce. Um, Andy was arguing with Angie today as she wouldn't believe I am actually older than her, even though I tell everyone else she's in her 80s. Mike, good to see ya. There's Jerry. Bigfoot howl. I've got one by me. You can definitely tell it's not a coyote. There you go. Julino Sanchez, awesome. Great to see you. Yeah, as long as you're not in the obituaries, yeah, you're doing good, right? Um, yeah, I'm sorry, guys. I got to zip right down here. Like I said, um, anything important, repeat it. What's the story about tonight? Well, you're not in Montana anymore. That's the title. We're going to get to it real quick here. Um, you guys are chatting so fast. I'm sorry. It might seem rude, but I'm going to have to ignore the chat and tell the story. Yeah, Bryce. Yeah, I really wanted to be there. Chuck says it amazes me how when I read the obits, people die in alphabetical order. Hey, Crazy Ann, sweetheart. Good to see ya. Um, okay, folks, I'm going to get on with this Sty Story. Okay. Sorry, I just had to look at something. Okay, here's the Sty Story for tonight. You're not in Montana anymore. Okay, back when we were in Montana, we had a tragic thing. That's a whole different story. Happened with running water. And I had to transport him, my ex-wife and I. We put him in our big crew cab Dodge pickup truck we had, and we hauled his critical butt all the way to Minneapolis, St. Paul from the Idaho border. And it was a trying trip. We got him here okay and got him in the hospital, and everything was being taken care of okay. But our first, I didn't even think about it, because when we got there, we went straight to the hospital with him, got him in, they got him settled, everything, and then they said he's on a 24-hour quarantine. You guys need to go home, rest, relax, come back tomorrow. So we go to my mother's house to stay while we're there. And I didn't think twice. I was pretty upset about the trip and everything. And that next morning, I got up, I got dressed, and my ex-wife didn't say nothing. My mother didn't say nothing. I told them, they said, you want some breakfast? I said, no, I'm going to go out for breakfast. I said, I just got to get out of here. I said, I just need to breathe. I want to go for breakfast. Well, mind you, we came from Montana to Minnesota, and it had been almost 4 years since I had been in Minnesota. So I go to this country kitchen restaurant. I pull in there with my forest green pickup truck with Montana plates on it, and I walk in the restaurant, and it's pretty crowded. It's pretty crowded for breakfast. So I found a spot at the counter, and I eased in there and got a stool at the counter, and gal came up, and I ordered coffee, and I was looking at the menu, and she came back, and she looked kind of nervous, and I didn't think nothing of it. So I ordered my breakfast, and she walked away and kept looking over her shoulder at me. I thought, what the heck she's so nervous about? So I took my cup of coffee, and I sat back in my chair in my stool, and I'm looking around the restaurant. And that's when I realized there's a lot of people that are looking at me, and they all got, it's like they're all giving me the evil eye. And I thought, they must know I'm an out-of-towner, I guess. I don't know. And all of a sudden, here comes one of the cooks out of the back, and he brings me my breakfast. Well, the waitress stands way down on the other end of the counter, just giving me a look, like, ooh. He drops my breakfast in front of me, and he looks uneasy. And I thought, what the hell? So I eat my breakfast. And I heard someone come through the doors, and I kind of looked in out of the corner of my eye. And it's two cops. And I thought, yeah, cops are here for their breakfast, their morning donuts and coffee. All of a sudden, I realized there's one on each side of me. And one leans over and says, please leave your hands on the counter and put them behind your back. Stand up and put them behind your back, please. And I thought, God, they are talking to me. So I did, put my hands behind my back, and all of a sudden, click, click, I'm in cuffs. And that's when I all of a sudden realized they're turning me and they're heading me out the door. And I thought, what did I do? Did I say something or something? What did I do? Well, they get me outside, and they took me right to my truck, to the front of it. And this young cop out of the pair, there was an older one and a younger one. The young cop, he just slammed me down on the hood. Boom. And then I felt it. He's removing that 44 Magnum, Colt Magnum that I got on my hip in the holster. He's removing the gun. And I go, whoa, 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 whoa. Careful with that bugger. It's loaded. Boom, he hit me that much harder back onto the hood. And I hadn't even completely stood. I just raised up a little bit. And the older cop says, hey, take it easy on him. Take it easy on him. At least the older cop sounded like he was trying to be friendly and not as nervous as this young cop. And they patted me down, patted me completely down. Then they realized that the holster's on a gun belt that's got rounds in it all the way around. They remove my gun belt, and they take that. Then they turn me around, and they say, do you have any weapons in your vehicle? I go, weapons? And they go, yes, any other firearms? I said, well, yeah, I've got a 45 ACP in the glove box. I said, I've got a 32 Winchester and a 308 Spanish Mauser hanging on the gun rack in the back window. Are any of those guns loaded? I said, all three of them. Why would I have them if they weren't loaded? And they go, is it true you're from Montana? I said, yeah. And they go, well, sorry, boy, you're not from Montana anymore. They said, you are not there. You are in Minnesota. And you cannot have loaded firearms on you and in your vehicle. Oh, that's right. Oh, no. Minnesota is not an open carry state. It's not like Montana where I mean, you didn't go anywhere without a loaded firearm in Montana. Everybody carried firearms in Montana. That's that. I mean, that'd be seeing somebody walking around town without a gun in their gun rack in their truck or one on their hip. It's like seeing somebody walking downtown without pants on, And I tried to tell them, I came here on an emergency thing with my son, and I tried to explain to him he's in the hospital, and I'm from Montana, and there you don't even think about any kind of gun laws there. I said, and they said, are you originally from Montana? I said, actually, no, I'm originally from this town. I was born and raised here. Then you don't have any excuses, that young cop says. I said, well, I do have an excuse. I haven't been here for 4 years. I forgot. Well, it was going south real quick. The older cop said, I want to call in a superior officer. So they called it in to dispatch, and they sent a sergeant on their police force over. And he walks up, and all of a sudden my heart grew. I'm like, oh my Lord. The sergeant of their department was my father's right-hand man when my father was chief of police of that town. And I thought, oh, thank God. Oh. And after a very, very long, those two cops, they took all my firearms, they put them all in the squad car, they confiscated all my ammunition out of the vehicle. They even took my hunting knives out of the vehicle. And they said, well, he's not getting those back until he has his day in court. Well, their sergeant finally talked the two of them down. Yeah. And when all was said and done, they finally decided they're going to release me, but they're going to hold the guns until I leave for Montana again. I said, no, you're not. You're not keeping my property. No way. Well, in the state of Minnesota, you can't transport a gun unless it's in a case. Well, I didn't even own cases for those guns. So I had to go to a gun shop, and I had to buy cases for 4 guns just to be able to have my guns back. And I think I ran into it because we were there for almost a month. I think I ran into those 2 cops 3-4 times. Every time I ran into them, each one of them would say the same thing. They'd say, you haven't forgotten, have you? You're not in Montana anymore. Damn it, that made me mad. The youngest one pulled me over after we were there about 3 weeks, I think it was. And he said, did you know you cannot be in the state of Minnesota as a resident for more than 10 days without changing your title and registration and license plates on your vehicle? I said I would not be doing that. I said, I don't live here. I'm just here for short term, and then I'm going back home to Montana. He says, no, it doesn't matter. You're here for more than 10 days, and you have a specific residence you're staying at. He says, you're a Minnesota state resident. You need to change your license. So I had to go round and round with him on a totally new topic. And it ended up being that, no, he was mistaken. He was wrong. He could not make me become a Minnesota citizen. But that's it. Yeah. Sty was not in Montana anymore. What a rude awakening. It was a rude awakening. Yeah. So there you go. That's when Sty found out he was not in Montana anymore. Short one tonight. Hope you enjoyed it. Okay, I'm going to look back and see what's been going on in the chat. I see Mike, Hike with Mike came in the house. Hi, Mike. I missed anything, just let me know. Like I said, No, Lori, I didn't have a. Yeah, see, in the state of Montana, even now today, if you're a citizen in the state of Montana, you're a resident, you can open carry without a license, without any permit. You don't need a conceal and carry in Montana unless you're going to conceal the weapons. And none of my weapons were fit the concealment requirements. They were all that because in Montana, a firearm in the glove box is not considered concealed because it's on the passenger side out of your immediate reach. And guns in the gun rack aren't considered concealed because they're in the open. And the one on my hip wasn't concealed; it was right out in the open. That's why the people in the restaurant were so nervous. Some guy walked in there carrying a big old Western style 6-shooter on his hip, and none of them folks had ever seen such a thing except in the movies. um, I do have a conceal and carry now. I have one for the state of Wisconsin, the state of Minnesota, and the state of Florida. I can carry in almost every state of the union now. Well, actually, it was ridiculous because it was only about 6 months after I returned to Montana, I got a federal conceal and carry that all the states, except for about 6, honored. But then I went and I got the 3 individual state carries. Yeah. Hey, Crystal came in. Hi, R5. Yeah. People greeting each other, asking how everybody is. R5 says, I'm getting in better spirits. Thank you. That's. Yeah, anybody that hasn't met Bryce from New Zealand, very, very nice person, and check out his channel. Hey, Mel Moran. Good to see you. Yeah, I'm with Crazy Ann quite a bit lately. Yes, media thinker. Hey, thanks. No donations requirement over here. Yeah, thank you, Andy. Yeah, Andy already addressed it. Travis says, I'm really enjoying this story. It deserves more thumbs up. Thanks, Travis. Yeah, thanks, Crystal, for clarifying that for them. Yeah. Don't let people tell you to donate. Lever Guns 50. There you go. That's why when people go to Montana, they never leave. I did not want to leave. I did not want to leave. I did not want to leave. If I had the right opportunity and the right piece of land with a nice remote cottage on it in Montana, in the right location, yeah, I'd be gone. Just crappy family cramps and stress. Yeah, that's worse than pepper cramps sometimes, isn't it, Crystal? Yeah, Andy, I'm sure. Yeah, Sean. Yeah, you're not Montana now. Yeah, yeah, I've got my feelings about it too, Jerry, um, about gun laws. That is one, I'm all for states having their own localized laws. But when it comes to carrying and the like, that is a federal issue. That's not a local issue. It's it's a right protected under the Constitution, under the federal guidelines, not under state or local. So, yeah, it's just like no state can refuse to allow you to drive through their state just because you have a license from another state. You have the right to drive as long as you have a valid driver's license. Okay, if I had a valid conceal and carry from the federal government, that should be valid in every state in the union. That's enough. That's enough with my rant. Chuck says, I was checking state laws on transporting firearms for my trip to Iowa this week. Um, boy, Illinois, stay out of Illinois. Illinois is just a bunch of stinkers. You got to make sure that you got a TSA approved gun case, and it's got to be as far away from the driver as possible. And if you have a pickup truck, believe it or not, in Illinois, if you have a pickup truck, it cannot be in the cab of that pickup truck. It has to be in the box of the pickup truck. So if you don't have a secure lock box mounted in your pickup truck that somebody can't grab and run, or a tonneau cover or a hard cover or something with a TSA approved gun case with that gun in it in the box of the truck, they can confiscate your gun if they find it in your vehicle. Yeah. Um, yeah, Charlie, that cop was a douche. And my dad's old partner, he told me, he says, look at what I got to work with. And I told him, boy, it's not like the old days under my pop, is it? He goes, oh, hell no. Travis says, I need to get my Minnesota license. I have my Wisconsin permit, which covers most places I go. I don't go into Minnesota much. And that's Minnesota, you're going to have to be range certified. And now Minnesota changed their laws for non-resident permit holders every time you renew your license. And I'm trying to remember, is my license, it's good for 3 or 5 years, one of the two. I'd have to look. I just got it fresh again this year, so I'm not worried about when it expires yet. But you have to requalify every time you reapply. Florida, you don't have to. Yeah, Travis, LOL, stay out of Illinois. When I went to Ohio last October, I left my gun behind. I figured it was safer that way. One time I was in Ohio, and I had a gun shipped back home with me. I managed to get through Illinois okay, but I was so damn nervous. I said, nah, I don't have to have that gun with me. So I had it shipped back to a dealer here, right in my hometown, well, where I live. And yeah, Travis, I prefer conceal. And it all depends on the atmosphere and where I'm at. If I'm amongst a group of people, a lot of people, any number of people, I in a non-open carry type state like Montana, Wisconsin's open carry. You can open carry in Wisconsin. I've never even had a cop say, "Hey, you shouldn't be wearing that firearm." No, I've walked through town here with a sidearm, and they could see it. Never got questioned. The only problem is the public questions it, where In Montana, you never got questioned why you were walking around with a firearm. That's like I said, it's like not having your pants on if you don't have one. But yeah, yeah, Minnesota doesn't. Minnesota. It's weird too. It doesn't add a bunch of states to your Wisconsin. Wisconsin just about covers the country, but um, Minnesota does only covers a few additional states that you already covered by Wisconsin. Florida was nice because Florida covers Florida and Texas and a few other nice key states especially if you're traveling in the South. Um, yeah, Jason Freeman, criminals obey all them laws. What's wrong with you guys? Yeah, thanks. Um, Massachusetts, yep, they're very, very picky in Mass. Yeah. Yeah, if you're traveling at all on the eastern seaboard, boy, check each and every state. In West Virginia, you don't need a permit to conceal carry, but goes much better if you have to use it. Yeah, yeah, yeah. One thing I did notice in Rod though is in West Virginia for non-residents, they do have to have a permit to conceal and carry in West Virginia. If like me from Wisconsin, I can't go into West Virginia and carry without a permit because that's their citizens have the right to conceal and carry. Yeah. Um, yeah, Lori, that's a good question. If you got to leave it in the back of the truck, what happens if you need it and you're in the front cab? In the state of Illinois, they don't care. They do not care. They do not want you. They don't even like the fact that you're even allowed to bring one through their state. In the state of Illinois, you have to actually get a permit, an actual permit. You have to apply for a permit to purchase the gun in the first place. And they don't give many out in the state of Illinois is the worst state in the union for buying and possessing a firearm. Now, I've applied for conceal and carry in the state of Illinois 4 times now. And all 4 times they've denied me. Wisconsin, Minnesota, and Florida, all I did was show up with the paperwork. They take it. They run the background check. Boom, boom, boom. 3 days in the mail, and I got my conceal and carry. Yeah, but not Illinois. Um, yeah, I don't have it handy. Otherwise, I'd show you my conceal. Travis, I finally found one that I actually like when I'm out just kind of trompsing around town. Finally found one I really like. Um, and it's zero print. Nobody even knows that you're packing. Um, Otherwise, I kidney carry. Nobody knows I got a handgun in the back of my belt. Bradley, what's up, brothers? I've been really busy. Me and the wife went out some music concerts and did a lot of fishing. Awesome. Travis says R5 Adventures. I hear you. I'm left-handed, so I had to have my holster custom made. There's a company in central Wisconsin that made mine. Cool. I got a really nice shoulder holster strap. It's got a single holster on it that I can adjust. I can wear it down low or I can wear it right up in my armpit if I want. And it's nice if I got a heavy, like in the winter, I got a heavy coat over it. And then you wear a shirt. Button up shirt. Yeah, nobody knows you got it. But that one's designed that I can mount a lefty on it, so I could carry like my 10 and my 9 mil across my chest, both concealed. The lefty holster, that kind of pees me off though, because it's $20 more than I paid for the righty. Why? Just because it's a lefty. That's yeah. Travis said, Sty, I open carried as a social experiment when I lived in Wausau for most part. No one gave it a second look. Yeah, yeah. And a lot of people, hey, Will the Rocker's here. Hey, good to see you. A lot of people, believe it or not, a lot of people in society, they figure if they see an open firearm, I get that. I'll get that here if I'm open carrying. Well, for one thing, my sidearm looks like any police officer's sidearm. It's a S&W M&P Shield 9, and then I've got the 10. I've got the Shield 10, and those are common firearms carried by law enforcement. And they see that out in the open, and they look at you a little bit, and then it's like they assume you must be law enforcement. You're carrying it right out in the open. And when I'm in regular street clothes, even if I got some camouflage on, it doesn't seem like it bothers them. Yeah, how's that working for Chicago? I love that. Yeah, it isn't. Lori said, sorry I didn't get my message on Facebook. I'm hoping that was you because I can't see the pictures, so I don't know if it was you or not. I haven't done anything in Facebook, but it may have been it may have been because I posted this stream up in Facebook, generally as a general post, and then also in the Sty Shack. So, Travis, yeah, Illinois is special. Bradley says here in Alabama, you don't need a carry permit. Yeah, open. Yeah. Yeah, in Wisconsin, it's so easy to get a conceal and carry. Yeah, 1911, carrying a 1911. Yeah. I don't carry that heavy anymore. Oh, wait till son. She had to go pick up the kid. Yep. Good to see you back. Yeah, I can carry a stun gun. I can carry a nightstick. My conceal and carry covers all legal weapons. Hey, Alexander. Good to see you. The shoulder holster one of these days. Yeah. I put it off, and it's got nothing to do with the romance of it or anything, folks. But um, there's this. What the heck? It's a Bruce Willis movie. Um, I can't remember the name of it, but he's a gangster in the movie, and he's got a double shoulder holster, right? And I always thought, boy, that looks comfortable. And finally, I gave in and bought one, but with just the righty holster. I'll buy the lefty. But see, I'm trying to decide which one do I want on the right, which one do I want on the left, because I got a 10 and a 9, and I don't, I think the 10 will go in the righty and the 9 in the lefty. So that means I have to order 2 holsters because the holster I have is for the 9, and it just barely fits that 9. So I don't want to squeeze a 10 in it. The 10 carriage is just a little larger. Charlie says I was wrongfully accused of something I didn't do. Now I can never legally carry a firearm to protect my wife and kids. That sucks. Sorry. I'm sorry. That sucks. I have some friends that cannot get a carry permit. They're not allowed to carry at all because they have non-violent crime felonies. And they're banned from owning a firearm the rest of their lives. And their felonies were actually petty felonies. They're as low on the felony list as you can get. And yeah. Will says, Uncle Sty, how is your kayak doing? Will you be fishing anytime soon? I don't know, Will. This weather is just killing me. It had the nastiest weather. I don't know if it's getting back in the water this year or not. I'm hoping that I'll have the right day. It's sitting in the adventure trailer ready to go. Yeah, Rod. Yep. EC9s. Yep. Yeah, destination saying $20 more. Welcome to my world. My parents hated buying my ball glove when I was a kid because they were crazy more expensive. Same with my Fred Bear bow, crazy expensive. Yep, yep. Um, destination. Or if I'm saying that, yes, my son needed a lefty mid as much more money. Yep. No, no, my Facebook doesn't say I don't trust anyone. No, that's not mine. That's not mine. Lori. By the way, I like the 10. I like the 10. Um, I usually only carry I usually only carry my 10 when when I'm out hiking and I'm in the middle of bear country. The 9 will knock a bear down without too much effort, but that 10 will knock it down with a lot less effort. A 40 would be nice, and really, I'm not one of these guys that'll tell anybody this is the best gun, that's the best gun, this is the better gun. I'm not one of those guys. You find the gun that fires best for you, and if you can, find someone that has one that'll let you range shoot it. Take it out and shoot it. See if you like it first before you invest a bunch of money into it. I had my 10 before I had my 9. And I came across that 9 for a sweet deal. Just a hair over $200. So I got myself a $550 gun for $200. And I just couldn't pass it up. I figured, well, I'll resell it if I don't like it. And I'll sell it for $300 or something. Well, yeah, I went out and shot it. It's a keeper. Yeah. Oh yeah, Alexander. Yeah, yeah. He's the gun guy. He's the gun guy. Bradley. Oh, whoops. Um, Michelle said, listening as I clean my craft stuff. Bradley says, I carry my 9mm pistol on me and I keep a taser in my truck glove box, but people here will call the police and the police will come out and say, you're going to have to deal with it. See, that's it. That's it. There's actually a lot of good reasons for someone to want to be able to self-defend themselves. And police response time or response at all is a big issue. Yeah, no need for a permit in Indiana for a stun gun. That's like that's like here, pepper spray, and there's certain levels that were allowed here in Wisconsin. Um, and it's funny because the best one to carry is some bear mace with you in your truck. Have that in the armrest. Yeah, you have somebody trying to get in the passenger door or the driver's door. Hey, bear bear spray is designed to hit a big face. So if you got a crowd of 2 or 3, yeah, good crowd control and a lot of capacity in the bear mace can. Now I've had to use spray a few times to deal with a couple incidents, and the pepper spray worked quite good. Travis said, I don't tell people which gun to get either. My first pistol was a Beretta 380 that my wife now carries. I want to get his and her guns so we can share ammo and magazines. Nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with that. Old man says a 40 cal is less powerful than a 10. It is a 40 on, yeah, 40 on steroids. Yeah, yeah. Now the 10, they developed the 10 M&P Shield. Its roots come from the FBI. They wanted to issue one out to every FBI agent. So they developed the 10 M&P Shield for that purpose. And then local law enforcement started picking up on it. Then local law enforcement, a lot of their officers said, no, I want to swap out for the 9 because they were concerned about collateral damage with the 10. At super close range, you could have over penetration and hurt a someone that's just a passerby in a tight crowd. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Let's see here. Lori says, okay, then I have to delete that person because it wasn't you. Can you send me a Facebook friends request so that I know it's you, please? Oh, sure, Lori. Sure, Lori. I'll find you over there in Facebook, either late tonight or else tomorrow during the day, and I'll send you a friend request, and it'll pop up. You'll know that it's me because it'll say Sty Shack on it. Yeah. Oh yeah, you got an upgraded AR-15 for $350. Couldn't pass it up. You betcha. Hey, here's a good one for you. My ex-wife's honey. He's got his license, and he's got this FFL, and he's buying and selling guns all the time, right? Well, when she divorced me and decided to shack up with him, he's he's smartest man in the world, smartest man in the world. He had literally taken all of the credit he had possibly had, and he invested in all the AR-15s he could get his hands on because the market was so high. You couldn't buy a stripped down AR-15 at that time for any less than $450. 450 minimum. One that's tricked out a bit, you're looking at anywhere from $800 to $1,500. That's just tricked out a little bit. Well, that market didn't last. Guess what that boy's got? He's got 6 gun safes packed tight full of AR-15s that he can't even sell for what he paid for them. I'm sorry. Isn't vengeance kind of sweet? Yeah. A 40 Glock. Yeah, I was looking at Glocks. I was thinking of getting a 40, and then I opted for the 10. Yeah. No tasers or stun guns in Mass. Yeah, Massachusetts is picky, 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 picky. Jerry said 9mm or more slender for shoulder holsters. I like the way mine fit. Yeah, see, and mine's a single stack, so it's got a much narrower frame, much smaller profile. It is nice. I never pants carry my 10. It's a double stack. It's thick. It's got a thicker frame to it, but the 9mm a single stack, and a nice narrow streamlined frame. Still heavy enough that you don't have, yeah. Some people said, well, you're going to have recoil issues with that gun. I said, no, I'm not. I said, it's still got enough mass to it that it fires nice and clean, and you don't. It's an easy, smooth action. Yeah. Yeah, Susan Lee. Yeah, up there in Maine. Yeah. Yeah, mass is stupid that way. That's what bothers me. That's why I wish they would nationalize gun laws. Give us our Second Amendment right straight across the board, every state in the union. Because you have, like, Illinois. I mean, you've got Indiana, you got Iowa, Missouri. What the hell's below them? I don't know. Illinois and Wisconsin, or you got Michigan and Wisconsin, all bordering Illinois. But you can't go through Illinois with the same rights you got in any of those states around it. I mean, yeah, I don't like that. Oh, yeah, New York State's a bummer, too. Yeah, Michelle, hornet spray. See, and that's the problem here in Wisconsin. If you spray a person with anything other than pepper spray, even if it was hairspray out of your person, you sprayed it in their face, you'll be charged in the state of Wisconsin. Even if you're 110% in the right, they will be charged with whatever crime they were committing, that you had to stop them and spray them with hairspray, or even a can of spray deodorant. You are still going to get also charged with a misdemeanor of assault, because it's considered a foreign chemical that you're spraying in their face, not an approved deterrent. Yeah. Yeah, we had people up here that were doing that because, like you said, it's inexpensive and it shoots 10 feet. Yeah, we had people that were doing that in Wisconsin too. Um, and then Wisconsin actually defined that in the law, that anything containing any kind of chemical, you spray it in somebody's face, even in self-defense, other than approved things such as pepper spray, then you're charged automatically with the assault charge. And I tell people, see, I use USCCA. I'm insured. So anything I spray or use as a weapon on you, and I can prove it was self-defense, um, yeah, I got an attorney already covering me. I got bail bond. I got everything. So I'm not too worried about it. The the 1911 45, yeah, I've had a 45 1911. actually. I love the gun. I love the gun. Love shooting it. It's just a lot of gun to carry. It's a lot of gun to carry. Um, and back then I was loading my own ammo, so it wasn't ammo wasn't an issue for me because it was dirt cheap for me to do all my own reloading. Um, and then I fell into hard times, sold my 1911, and just never replaced it. Never replaced it. But guys mention 1911s all the time, and I wouldn't mind owning one again. Yeah, yeah. Crystal loves the AR-15. They're fun at the range. Oh yeah. Hi, Carolyn. I'm behind as hell on the chat again. I'm just okay, guys. Anything important I missed, just catch me up. Destination was saying the criminals seem to have more rights than the victims these days. That's one of the problems. Charlie says in Mass, you can't shoot an intruder in your own home. If you shoot them, you get in trouble. That's what I don't like. See, we don't have, see that in Wisconsin, a lot of people here in Wisconsin think they have the right. If somebody comes in your house or an intruder, that we do not have the castle doctrine in the state of Wisconsin. And a lot of people swear up and down, oh, yes, we do. No, we do not. Just because they're in your home isn't enough reason to shoot them. Now, if they've got a weapon, something that could be construed as a weapon, it could be the leg of a chair, it could be a baseball bat, it could be a hammer, or it could be a gun. And you give them one proper warning and then fire, now you're covered. People say, "Oh, yeah, if you shoot them out on in your yard, drag them in your house because now you're covered." No, guess what? You shoot them in the yard and drag them in the house, and forensics shows you drug them in the house. Now you're going to prison for up to 25 years for the attempt to conceal a crime. So a lot of people, yeah, uh, I'm gonna, yeah. Um, Sean has to say good night. Good night, Sean. I'm so far behind. Yeah, yeah. Well, see, and that's the thing. That's the thing is, I turned a gun on a fella that was an intruder in our home. My ex-wife and I were asleep in bed, and I heard my ex-wife say, "What do you want?" She thought it was our oldest son. I rolled over and looked, and I knew the individual actually, but he was an intruder, and he's standing over the bed over my wife. And when he saw that, he did not realize I was even in the bed. And when I rolled over and locked eyes with him and he realized I knew who he was, I never seen a boy run so fast in my life. He was 24 years old, but man, did he fly. He broke my front door getting out. And he was lucky. He made it to the end of the driveway before I got a bead on him. And I let him know, you better keep running. I'm going to pierce your ear from here. When the cops got to his house and to question him, he had pee in his pants. Yeah, I just hate to say it that way, but he did. Um, oh yeah, Charlie, that's so true. That's so true. That's quite a few states in the U.S. are that way. Um, Travis says in Wisconsin, the law on self-defense generally states that you may employ lethal force to defend yourself or another if you or they are in reasonable fear of imminent death or great bodily harm. Exactly. Yeah. I, I'm. Yeah. I mean, that's reading it right out of the book, Travis. That's right. And it broadens the more you read the self-defense regulations in Wisconsin. It broadens that. But that's what USCCA, my insurers, they pound that on you right there, that statement. Oh, yeah, some of the new ammo. Oh, there's a lot of people conceal and carry 22 rounds. But I'll tell you what, they're packing a hell of a punch. What I don't like is I see people carrying round ball ammo. I don't care if it's in any handgun, whether it's a semi-auto or a revolver. You do not carry round ball ammo in a self-defense weapon. You're going to have trouble beating that one in court when you shoot somebody and that round ball ammo passes through the body and hits an innocent bystander on the other side of that person. You shoot them with a hollow point. The odds of that hollow point exiting and hitting that innocent person is much less. Yes. Yeah, Bryce just said it too. That's so true. Reasonable force is very subjective to the situation. It absolutely is. Yeah, see, here in Wisconsin, it's if people understand the law properly, which of course they're not going to, they don't want to give you the law properly to learn. But if you understand the law property, you can apply it pretty much so to the castle doctrine. The Yeah, there you go, Lori. Yeah, you could be the armrest for her wheelchair. Yeah. Bradley says if a robber comes in my home, I can bet them they won't leave. They'll be in a body bag leaving my house. And again, like Bryce was saying, it's subjective. It's subjective. Like I got into a situation only about 5 weeks after I had my open heart surgery. Well, if I take a major blow to my sternum at that time, if I took a major blow to my sternum, it could have killed me right then and there. And I had this fellow that was no bigger than me, actually a little smaller, but he was half my age. He was in his 30s. And he decided to go and play hardball with me. That's when I took my conceal and carry and allowed him to notice that it was there. He backed right down. Because he knew damn well that I'd blow his head off and I'd win that one in court. Because shooting him to death would have been reasonable force because I would have been in fear of my life. Yeah, the use of reasonable force to defend oneself or others and property. Fingers crossed, you can convince the courts of the fact. Yeah, and it plays out that way here too. That's why I use USCCA to insure me. It only costs me $20 a month. There's enough bail bond there to get me the heck out of jail because that's the first thing they're going to do. No matter how innocent you are, they're going to take you downtown. They're going to book you, and they're going to put you in a cell. And then you're either going to sit overnight, and then the next day the court will assign you a court-appointed attorney or whatever. And then they'll say, well, Your Honor, we need to let them out on bond. It's a one-time incident, and blah, blah. So they'll set a bond. And do you have the money to cover that? I mean, that's one of the problems. It may all come out in the wash, the oh yeah, Bryce is saying reasonable force means you can use equal or less force than your aggressor. Where here you can use equal or greater force. That's a difference that we have. Yeah. Because the way the courts see it here is when it comes to a reasonable, that you have a reasonable belief that your life or your body is in imminent danger of losing your life or suffering severe bodily harm, that equal or greater force would be necessary to actually protect you from any harm whatsoever, because you do have the right to not be harmed at all. So that they go with equal and greater force. Okay, Michelle. Charlie's got to go off to bed. Much love to you too, buddy, and your wife and the baby. Yeah, it was a great conversation. There you go, Chuck. Yeah. Critical defense ammo. Yep. See, I carry two loaded clips, and some extra ammo. I can reload my clips. I got a speed loader with them too, and I got that in a pouch, but in a pouch of loose ammo next to it. But people say you should be carrying 4 or 6 clips with you. Well, I'll tell you what, I'm carrying that as a self-defense weapon. If it takes me 2 full clips to protect myself in that situation, it's no longer self-defense. It's a freaking gunfight. By the time I empty 2 clips, I'm halfway to my truck at least. I get to my truck, and now we can have a gunfight. Yeah. Yeah, old man, that's right. Somebody that is physically unable, they've got a physical limitation that equal force wouldn't help them. They'd have to have greater force. Yeah. Bradley says, when my grandpa and grandma moved to their house, the first night a man driving by their house shot a gun through their living room window, where my grandpa for a second got up from there to go to bed. Oh, yeah. Yeah. One of our homes had a drive-by. That didn't go over too good for me. Mm-mm. Those individuals, I definitely believe will not be doing that again. Lori says, I got to get going, but don't forget, when you look for me on Facebook, I'm under L'Oreal Johnson. I shall find you. I shall find you. In fact, folks, bear with me, because I'm going to get Lori's name over to my Facebook right now, so that all I have to do is later get over there and do a send. This only takes a second, so we'll pop that up. Do. This should work. Okay. I hit it. I believe it was sent, Lori. So hopefully that went through all right. It accepted it. It didn't say no. There is no such person. So it should be there. It should be there. And I'll double check later. Definitely. Oh, my computer. What the heck's it doing? Now it comes up. There it goes. um, okay. I like that, Jerry. Now I lay me down to sleep. A clock under my pillow I do keep. If I awaken, you are inside corners fan is your next right. Inside a corners fan is your next right. Yeah, yeah. Oh yeah, that kid I chased out of my place. Yeah, that's it, James. That was one thing the conceal and carry outfit that I went through just to get my carry. I had to go through their classroom, and I had been through all that stuff before on the federal side, but um, when I did it on the state side in here, Wisconsin, um, the trainer and I got talking quite a bit, and that was one thing he stressed right in the class. I mean, I was surprised at the looks on some of those people's faces. He says, first of all, how many of you are willing to go to jail for defending yourself or your family versus dying over it? Some people popped their hand right up, and it was surprising how many people were thinking about that. And he said, it doesn't matter how right you are. The odds are you will be doing at least one night in jail. You'll be doing one night in jail for defending yourself. He says, so if you're not willing to sit behind bars for at least one night, then you shouldn't be here at all. And he says the next thing to consider is you might have to spend months or a few years in jail if you can't support your case. He says, could you sit in jail with the satisfaction knowing that your family is safe and secure because you did what you had to do? And he says, if you got to say, I don't think so to that, he says, then conceal and carry is probably not for you either. He says, because we cannot control the courts. And the thing is you need to decide whether or not you want to control your fate and your destiny. You know, um, yeah. So you gotta make a sound decision in literally split seconds. Hey, Will's got fresh coffee. Oh, thanks, Susan. I saw over there that I got a couple of new members already up in there tonight. So yeah, tonight I'll go after the stream. I'll go and I'll approve them tonight. Um, I usually don't do any kind of Facebook maintenance till the day after a stream, but I'm jumping in there tonight. I'll approve everybody. Um, Bradley says, we called the police and they never found them scumbags. My whole family was out looking for him because if I seen him, I would have hoped he would have shot at me. I could kill that SOB. Yeah. Travis says, also, you need to be okay with the possibility that you might end up in a situation where you'll take another person's life. See, and that's the thing. That's the big thing, Travis. That's a very big thing in our conceal and carry. And it's been, well, through other trainings I've been through. If I fire on somebody, I hate to say it, I really do, because it tears at me. It tears at my heart. It really does. If I fire at somebody, they're not going home. I will be taking their life. I will not, if I miss, the second shot will take them. But I won't miss. But it's hard. People got to really understand that. Can you live with the fact you are going to take and assume you're going to take that person's life? And you know conceal and carry, as far as I'm concerned, and our conceal and carry outfit, who is certified by USSCA, they really push it. You do not shoot to wound somebody. This is a life or death situation. Are you or are you not truly going to defend yourself? If you don't have to kill them, all you got to do is wound them, then put the gun away. A gun is a tool to stop them from ever having even a fraction of a second of a chance of hurting and or killing somebody else. So if you're not willing to take a life, you should not conceal and carry. Yeah. It's hard to say, but it's really true. It's really true. I know, and I have a very, very dear friend that I have not seen now for 6 years because he moved away. Now we've emailed each other a couple times, and he seems to be doing okay. And he was a police officer. And another very close dear friend of ours was a very troubled person, and he got intoxicated, got his hands on a 30-30 lever action, and he was holding his own sister hostage. And when my cop buddy pulled into the driveway, behind him was a sheriff's deputy car. This other buddy of ours, was up in the house, which was up on the hill from that driveway, fired off the porch, and that round skidded right down the roof of that sheriff's car. My buddy came out with an AR-15, took a beat on him, and he told him, drop the rifle. He wouldn't drop. Drop it, he told him a second time. And then, almost in a pleading voice, he said, drop it or I'm taking you down. He pumped a fresh round in the chamber. My buddy squeezed. Well, my buddy shot for his left shoulder. Worst thing he could have ever done. He said, I just couldn't kill him. It was the worst thing he could have done. Well, his aim was off. I mean, high stress situation. That round hit closer towards the sternum, severed the artery, and our buddy bled to death there on that porch. Conscious right until enough blood loss till he passed. My buddy's not a cop anymore. And he can't be a cop because he was canned. He was canned the minute he told them, I tried to just wound him. Boom. You're out of here. You're no longer a cop. If he would have actually disabled our other buddy's shoulder, Our other buddy's right-handed, had the lever action in hand, had it loaded and cocked. He could have pushed his sister away and shot his sister right there. Or he could have shot my other buddy with the AR-15. He broke standard operating procedures 150%. No, you have to eliminate, not disable, not slow down, not detour the threat. You have to eliminate that threat. It's terrible. It's a terrible thing to have to accept. Yeah, Susan, I'm not on Facebook a lot myself either, other than the Sty Shack. People always say to me, "Didn't you see what I put up on your Facebook page, your personal one?" No, because really, I babysit my Sty Shack. Bradley said, "Okay." Outdoor Life with Nick Laws. Hello from Montana. Oh, love it. Love it, Outdoor Life. Where in Montana? Because I hailed for several years out in the between Knox and Montana and Libby. Bradley says, just last night here, a 17-year-old boy was walking down the street and a 43-year-old man shot him 3 times in the head. Well, that's unjustified. Yeah, where he later died. Yeah, Mike, Facebook's still around? I thought it went the way of MySpace. Yeah. Sometimes I wish it would. It's I'm using it in an isolated form in a group, really. That's why I say I know my regular page. I don't know what's going on over there. But in the Sty Shack, I can control that and I accept members. I can kick members out. So I can control the group so that it reflects what I want to share. Otherwise I wouldn't have no time for Facebook. Yeah, you shoot to stop the threat. Yeah. And the thing is that's why our instructor really stressed you're shooting to kill, because so many so-called wounding shots kills the person. They say shoot him in the leg. Well, I'll tell you what, you got 2 major arteries in your legs. You can kill a man and he'll be dead in less than 5 minutes. Shoot him especially if you get him on the inside of the femur. He's dead in 5 minutes. Because you should be using hollow points so that it doesn't go through his leg and hit the guy behind him. It just, yeah. It's a huge responsibility. Huge responsibility. Mike says, I was in such a situation some years ago. Only weapon I had was my bare hand against their throat. They would turn blue. Another 20 seconds would have been there. And I said, you're not worth it. Get out of my, out of my face. Yeah. Well, and that's it. Is if I draw on somebody and they got a firearm or any other kind of weapon, and I know that if I don't do something, somebody's going to die right then and there, and they got to be going to die now. Not, oh, he's going to be a threat an hour from now. It's got to be immediate, imminent case of death or severe bodily harm. I draw on him. He's got a couple of seconds to drop that gun. They drop the gun, it's all over as far as I'm concerned. They ain't getting shot. Because I don't want to shoot nobody. I do not want to have to shoot somebody. Oh, Rod's phone had died. Welcome back, Ron. I've fallen behind again. Long comments. Let's see. Bradley saying Destination Great Lakes. I would hate to kill someone, but if they're shooting to kill, I will do anything to protect me and my family and the bystanders. Yeah, and that's it. That's the responsibility a person's got to be willing to take. Yeah, it's tough. Yeah, Mike. Yeah, he says I'm glad it was enough to take care of the problem. See, and that's the way I am too. That's the way I am too. And then Destination Great Lakes, Sing Bradley, I hear you. Shooting to stop the threat certainly falls into the category of doing what is necessary. I told not to put is at to kill because that can be used against you. No, you never say to the person, drop it or I'll kill you. No, you just tell them, drop it, drop it, drop it. And if they're not going to drop it and you believe they're going to kill somebody right then and there, you 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 shouldn't carry if you don't feel the obligation to shoot them right in the effing head. And that's what I told my instructor, and he said, "You're ready." I told him, I said, I was trained. If I'm in a tight space and there's people all over the place, and the guy standing next to me is telling that clerk in front of me, give me the money in your cash drawer or I'll shoot you in the head. And he puts a pistol up to her head and starts shaking like a leaf. Any second, you're going to pull that damn trigger. If I have to draw on them, I don't have to worry about bystanders because it's going in at that angle right there. Boom. And I'm not going to worry whether EMTs are going to make it or not. I'm just going to be tickled pink that that little girl standing there that was going to sell him a cheeseburger gets to go home to her family. Yeah. Yeah, that's it. Like I said, it's the toughest damn thing in the world. It takes so much responsibility. Yeah, I should think he got arrested right away. Yeah. Okay, we'll have you, Bryce. We'll have you. That's great. That's great. A rocket patch. Yeah. That's good, Bradley. They got him locked up. Oh yeah, James. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I actually watched. I went through this case. It was a case study um, where an individual had taken down a shooter. There were two shooters actually. One had fired a round but didn't hit anybody. But the two of them had guns on somebody, right? Well, this guy targeted the most, what appeared to him to be the most unstable of the two, and he didn't have a weapon. He didn't have a firearm. But he came around with a briefcase and he cold cocked that guy right across his eyebrows. And the guy come back with the gun and he got a hold of that guy's arm, wrestled him to the ground, managed to beat the gun out of the guy's hand without anybody getting hurt. The other perp kept the gun on the other person, not knowing what to do, not knowing what to do. And this guy took that gun from the first perp and shot the second one. He didn't shoot the first one that he knocked down. The first one rolled over on his belly right away and put his hands on top of his head and started crying. The guy was arrested for shooting the second perp. And actually, him securing the firearm from that other individual and firing on the other guy, all charges were dismissed. But he was charged with endangerment because he did not have an equal or greater force to address that situation. He wrestled the gun from the guy. So they actually charged him for excessive force. It was endangerment. And I think he spent 90 days in jail or something for it. But yeah, it's nuts. No, that's a, it's a, it's a tapestry, cloth tapestry. In another month and a half, a new one goes up here. That's a big winter scene. Yeah. Hi, Angel. Okay. Travis said, well, the laptop battery is just about dead, and 5 a.m. comes way too early. So I'm going to bow out of here in a few minutes. I really enjoyed tonight's conversation and the stories. Night, everyone, he says. Hey, Travis, it's awesome having you here. It's awesome. Yeah, we got kind of off tonight. Hopefully, we won't get on Second Amendment rights for a while again. It's been a few months, a couple months at least, since that topic has been hot on one of my streams. Um, Mike says, my brother was a cop. He had to shoot and kill an estranged husband who killed his wife. He still suffers from PTSD and hates the 4th of July fireworks remind him of the incident, even though it was justified. Yeah, I have a personal story that goes down that line that I don't share with my YouTube audience. Um, yep, it's a huge responsibility, guys. It's a huge responsibility, and there's not a lot of people that can carry on and still functionally be defensive in a responsible way after an event, because it does tear them up. It does tear a person up. Hey, running water. Finally got to park your truck. Hey, Boomer. Yeah, after this stream posts, if you want to come back, it's at about the half-hour mark until about the hour and 45-minute mark. It was only about a 45-minute story tonight. Um, and it was just about Sty not using his noggin again. But it involved firearms, so we got off on a conceal and carry and firearm rights topic tonight. It just went, yeah, it went where it went. Yeah, it's great to see you, Boomer. Back from soaking. Yeah, running water. I don't know if you were aware. I had this big flooding incident here in my apartment yesterday and the day before. It happened the day before, but I was up 24 hours cleaning up this water in here while trying to keep it out of the rest of my house, just keep it in the bathroom. And it took 24 hours later before it quit coming out of the wall there. Um, yeah. Yeah. So everybody goes, I kept saying, yeah, I've been last 24 hours wiping running water off my bathroom floor and taking that running water and putting it in the bathtub. And they're all going, you're soaking up running water. Yeah, Susan Lee, it does. Yeah. Jerry says, first you must learn how to smile as you kill. John Lennon. Yeah. Actually, folks that smile when they kill kind of scare me. having a serious, responsible look on their face doesn't bother me, but if they're grinning, if they're liking it, it's a little scary. Little scary. Willing to do it and liking it are usually two different things. Yeah, use stun instead of a regular gun. Oh, Boston in the morning, huh? I haven't been to Boston for a long time. I think of Boston. Pier 666. I hauled 2 loads out of there. I kept telling my dispatcher, don't send me to a pier with the number 666. Old man says, having supper, ham, mashed potatoes, and mushrooms. Hey, old man, I had fried taters with fried onions, with bacon, and 2 really thick slabs of ham and ham sandwiches tonight before, well, it was early evening, about 5 o'clock. I had those for dinner. That was pretty good. I actually enjoyed my dinner tonight. Boomer says, check out the vid I did earlier. Think you'll appreciate it. I sure will, Boomer. You bet I will. Bradley, old man, please shut the hell up. We're doing good about not talking about food. Here we go. Here we go. Everybody's armed in here, old man. Be careful. You got a bunch of armed individuals in here, and the guy's talking about food that none of us can get our hands on. Susan says, we had baked chicken, rice, and broccoli. Oh, that sounds good, too. There you go. Everybody's jumping in. What have we all been eating? Running Water's waiting for pancakes, home fries, eggs, and corned beef hash. Oh, shit, that sounds good, too. Hey, Rod says, I knew it wouldn't be long for food to come up. We're a bunch of food lovers, aren't we? And I don't have any close to me either. I shouldn't be hungry. I should not be hungry. Because I'm telling you, I had a huge plate. It was a platter. And it was just smothered with fried potatoes and ham sandwiches and bacon and the potatoes. And, yeah. Mike said, I had 2 hash browns and a bowl of rice with hamburger, mushrooms, and green pepper. God dang it. Susan always does before bed. Homemade chicken salad sandwich. Hey, damn, Boomer, that's comfort food. I'll never forget that. There was one time they plopped me in the hospital and they rushed me in by ambulance, and I had to take an hour ride. It was a little over an hour ride to the hospital from where I was. And I hadn't eaten all day, and the incident that they put me in the hospital for happened before dinner. But I could smell dinner when the ambulance crew got there, and I said, can I stay here and eat my dinner before you guys? They said, you're dying. You're going to the hospital. Well, I got to the hospital, and I asked them, is there any possibility I can eat? And they checked my chart and everything, and the orders, doctor's orders, and they said, you're in luck. That they're not going to put you through any surgical procedure until tomorrow afternoon. So you'll be able to eat for breakfast tomorrow. I said, breakfast my ass. I said, it's 9 o'clock at night, and I haven't eaten all day. I want to eat. Well, we can't do nothing for you, this and that. This little candy striper that was working for the hospital, she would come through and just see if you need more water or whatever, you know. And she come in and she says, oh, you look kind of sad and upset. She says, is there anything I can get you that would cheer you up? And I said, food, any kind of food. I said, they won't feed me. She says, I'll see if I can find something for you. Because I told her, I said, look at the chart. It says I can eat. That little gal came back with 2 nice, thick chicken salad sandwiches. I ate both of them sandwiches. They were just like heaven. Oh my God. I'll never forget those sandwiches. And then she came in to see if I had eaten them. And I said, oh, yeah, I ate them. I ate both sandwiches. She says, okay. She says, I'll take the plate for you. And I said, oh, thank you so much. I was just thrilled with her. She comes back and she's got 4 of those little cups of ice cream. And she goes, is there anything else you'd like? And I said, I'm really craving a banana. She came in with the biggest damn banana I ever seen. And I sat there breaking off chunks of that banana and sticking it in that ice cream. Yeah, yeah. Old man says I'll neither confirm or deny the presence of firearms here. Presence, yeah. Freeman James, the best way to a man's heart is food. Yeah, you betcha. Um, Bradley had hot wings and fries. Oh God, that would be good too. Oh, oh. Rod saying I made pork and veggie soup with brown rice and cream of mushroom soup. Yeah, that sounds darn good too. Boomer says that ground beef and PBJ are breakfast, lunch, and dinner for the week. LOL. I'm that way too, Boomer. Yeah, I haven't a clue what the hell I'm going to eat tomorrow. Haven't a clue. I got to go in there and figure out one thing or another that'll go together. I do have to go into town tomorrow. I got to get bread. I'm out of bread. And I got other things to do. So otherwise, in the worst case, I always got the fixins. I can make myself some homemade bread, but I won't have the time tomorrow. Yeah, soups are always good, especially if they're a good, hearty, homemade soup. Oh, yeah. Rod says I make a pot of soup at least once a week. I use a rice cooker. Yeah, I hear a lot of folks just, I mean, they do everything with their rice cooker. Boomer says, I just realized why Sty likes the StreamYards. It's the duck. Yeah, I cooked that duck. Yeah, Rod, that's right. You can control how much salt's going in it. Lots of veggies and meat. Oh, yes. Oh, yes, yes, yes. And the thing is you can go through your place, and I've told a lot of people that Native Grammy, sweetheart, it's great to see you, girl. I I still swear up and down. You can go through anybody's home if they've just got a lot of basic stuff and nothing really, no main course kind of foods or nothing. And I always tell them, well, why don't you make yourself a big pot of soup? With what? Well, turn me loose at the stove. We'll show you some soup. Bradley is going to run to the river tomorrow. I haven't been there in a while. It's been raining so darn hard here and terrible weather that I haven't been able to do nothing. I'm hoping the next 2 days, I'm the next 3, 4 days, I'm I'm going to be ready to just throw on my hiking shoes and hit the road. I look out that window, and if I look to the west and it looks clear as far as I can see, I'm out of here. I got to get outdoors. I got to get out in the woods, and I don't care where I go. Bryce from says, "Someone say soup." I love it. Uh, Boomer says at this point it would have to be stone soup. Yeah, yeah. I always loved the stone soup story. Oh, yeah. It's pretty surprising what a person can really whip up. Your imagination can go wild sometimes, and you get something put together, and you go, "Well, I don't. This probably won't taste too good." And then you have a taste, and you're going, "God, that tastes good. What did I put in there?" Because you're just throwing crap in there because you didn't know what to do. Hey, Ridgetop Survival, good to see you. Absolutely good to see you. Thanks for stopping over to the Sty Shack. Awesome. We've got 18 in the house, is what it's showing me. Um, yeah, I tell you what. Um, yeah, like I always tell you folks, when you see somebody pop into the chat here, if you don't know them, you haven't seen them, get over and check their channels out. Show them some support. We're all small channels at one time, and most of us hanging out at Sty Shack are small channels. So, yeah, we need each other's help. We need each other's help, and and I found that most channels I've been able to find content that I enjoy. Rod says going rabbit hunting this year. Let you know how the soup turns out. There you go. There you go. I knew you would get the reference, Sty. Yeah, it's a pretty old story, and Sty's pretty old. Old man says, "Be thankful it's not the soup they had on Rawhide one time. Bird nest soup." Yeah. Well, the Asians, they actually eat them damn bird nests from those sparrows that build their nest out of spit, and then they make that bird nest soup with it. I've seen that. I had someone say, "Would you eat that?" I said, "If they didn't tell me what the hell it was and I got done with it, something tells me that unless they spice the hell out of it, I probably wouldn't like it. But if I did like it and then they told me what it was, I'd say, oh, okay, that's nice. I'll never do it again." I don't know where Andy K and Dojo ran off to. I don't know. I don't know where they went. Bryce is saying, I'm not far off filming another driving video with 2 cameras this time. Oh, cool. Oh, cool. Susan says, yep, back in the 70s, we moved from one apartment to another and had just odds and ends leftovers and make a soup that was so good we could never make again. We did the exact same thing, Susan, out in Montana. It started out as a really large venison roast. Then it turned into venison with tomato sauce and egg noodles, and we put the venison and tomato sauce over the egg noodles because this roast was huge. Now there's a family of 6, right? So we've had 2 meals off of it, 2 different complete different meals. Well, we had potatoes with the venison roast and carrots. And we still had a few potatoes and a few carrots left over. And we had this tomato based thing with all that roast sliced up in it that we had used on the noodles, but there was a ton of leftover. And my ex-wife says, "Now what?" She says, "We're going to be eating that again." I said, "I don't want that again." I said, "Let's make something else out of it." Well, she made some kind of hot dish out of it. She just dumped the noodles in it, mixed it all up, and added a couple other things we had laying around, and it was like a hot dish. Well, we couldn't eat it all. There's still a bunch left. She moved that into a stock pot, and she added a bunch of water to it and a couple of bay leaves and something else, and I let that cook all day, and it was the best damn soup you ever ate. We had 4 meals we made out of that. Neither her nor I could remember what spices we were putting in it every time we changed what it was. And but boy, we had 4 awesome meals out of one roast to stretch the food out. Yeah. Yeah, if Crazy Ann's streaming, they're probably over there, Rod. Um, Mike saying when I was a teen staying at my mom's camp, we had PB and J every day. I said, "Mom, why don't we have something else?" She said, "Because we haven't moved in yet." That was the answer every time. Big pot of dove soup in the winter. Oh yeah. Um, which movie was that, Boomer, that your dad loved? Um, Mike says, by the time September rolled around, I said, "Mom, forget about something else to eat. It's time to move out." Yeah. Yeah. Let's just move to where there's different food. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, man, they could be cutting Z's. Yeah. Hey, Boomer. Yeah. I got to go rob a Walmart now. Thanks. I'm sorry, Boomer. Bradley figures this is the last camping trip for the season. Yeah. Freeman James says, "How many people are making something now because of this change in discussion?" Either making something or keeping notes of what they're going to be making later or tomorrow. Yeah. Oh, rawhide. Oh, yes. Yes. Yeah, that was a normal show at our house. Yeah. Shut up, rawhide's on. Bradley says, "I'm going to go. I may come back. If not, everyone have a great night. Sty brother, always got your back. And if Dojo and Andy comes in, tell them I said hi. I miss them. Great night, guys." Yeah, Bradley, we'll catch you later, but thanks for being here. It's not a stream without Bradley. Yep. Boomer, I was kidding. uh, he thought he was leaving. Oh, you don't know how many times I've said bye to people in other people's streams, and I'm on the panel. Bye to somebody. Find out they're not leaving, and just like, oh, oops. Yeah, Bryce is thinking about something to eat too. Yeah. Yeah. Thanks, people. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, James, if Andy was here, we'd have recipes getting popped up in the chat, they'd be popping up over there that we could all follow and wish the hell that we lived in a grocery store. Right, right. Eastwood said he made less than $200 a week on that show. Yeah, back in the day, back in the day. Jim Dunn, hi. I'll say it plainly. I'm leaving. LOL. Good night. Okay, Jim. Yeah. Love seeing you here, though, Jim. You have a good night. You have a very good night. Boomer saying, but I really do got to get some rack time. Much love. Keep it real. Yes, Boomer. You betcha. You betcha. You take good care of yourself, Boomer. Bryce will be right back. Just need me some food. Time to rate the cupboard. Hi, scrapping together. Great to see you. Okay, Boomer. Hey, you take care, buddy. You have a good night's sleep. Get yourself some good sleep. God, it's good to see you here, Native Grammy. Thank you so much for posting that for me. Yep. It's nice, folks. I mean, a whole bunch of folks went over and joined the Sty Shack tonight. That's really nice of you folks. And you know, folks that got outdoor kind of channels, they got outdoorsy stuff. I tell them go ahead and you can post, like if you're doing a live stream or you got a real nice how to kind of bushcrafty video, go ahead and post it up there for the folks in the Sty Shack to follow. It gets exposure for some of you folks. And then, two, it's just a place to hang out. And I always post my streams over there. I think I'm going to start posting both streams and videos over there. Um, yeah, scrapping together. What is a good night's sleep? Yeah, I actually had my first good night's sleep in a long time last night. And that's because I was up for over 24 hours. I figured it out. It was like 29 hours had been up. And I got to be on a CPAP machine when I do sleep. So when I finally went to bed last night, I woke up this morning, 8 hours had passed. I haven't slept in a full 8 hours in God knows how long. And I looked at it, it scores your sleep for the night, this machine. And I looked up the score on the internet because it sends it through the internet. I looked it up. I got 100% for last night. I haven't seen 100% ever. I mean, I don't get 100%. And so I must have had a good night's sleep last night. Queen of Cannabis. Hey, hi. Oh, scrapping. You got to use oxygen too. Yeah, I don't. Thank God I don't have that issue. That's tough. That's tough when you got to have both. Yeah, see, my O2 levels when I'm awake are excellent. Excellent. Not when I sleep, because I quit breathing. That's what screws me up. The Yeah, I've had many friends over the years that were burdened with oxygen, and it's a tough life, man, when you got to live with that stuff. I keep my fingers crossed and knock on wood. Yeah, I just got to keep my health together for less than 2.5 years to go, and then I'll be kind of insured again. I'll have Medicare. Oh, Rod, yeah, yeah. I'm sure if anybody that quits and they have any kind of breathing issues, that's gotta improve things. Yeah, 7 months. Wow, wow. Yeah, and that's the thing too is that smoking habit is like any other habit. You have to want to. You have to want to, and I don't want to. So I have people all the time. Oh, I'm concerned about you, Sty. You gotta quit smoking. You really knew. You really. Okay, if I need you to live my life, I'll send you a letter describing all the things you can fix for me. No, I don't. I don't need anybody else living my life for me, and everything I do is with a well-aware consciousness. I am very capable of making those decisions, and I have decided I do not want to quit smoking. And someday I may. Someday I may change that decision, but right now I can't because I don't want to. Yeah, Susan. Yeah, Mike says my wife just poked her head in the door as you was saying hi to Queen of Cannabis. She's yelling hi back. I said, he's not saying hi to you. Are you Queen of Cannabis? Well, we're saying hi to Mike's wife, everybody. But we're not calling her Queen of Cannabis. Unless she wants to be also. But she'll have to work that out with the Queen of Cannabis. That's pretty good. Scrapping says I'm diabetic, epilepsy, sleep apnea, but I'm still scrapping. Good for you. Good for you. Absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah, I'm diabetic and technically I've got heart condition, but my heart health comes out just perfect every time they examine me and take a pint of blood and probe every orifice in the world and they say, "No, you're doing good." Hey, Eileen. Hey, sweet girl. Okay, James. Yeah, Rod. Right, right. Yeah, you know, I know you're cool with it. I know you understand where I'm at. Um, and that's it. And I praise anybody that's done what Rod's done. I mean, if you can quit, man, do it, do it, do it, do it. because obviously you have the want to and the will, and especially you've been for 7 months and it's making your life better. Geez, I'm all for it. Go for it, man. Go for it. Yeah, you smoked for 44 years. I'm on my 51st year. Started smoking 50 years ago last February. Now, if I had any kind of breathing issues, breathing issues that I could justify as it's limiting me in any sense, then the want to might come into effect. But so I've done some hiking this spring and summer where I hiked with younger people that don't smoke. They got no bad habits, nothing. And I wasn't breaking a sweat, and I was nowhere near as out of breath as a couple of them. And they're just going, "You old coot, how can you do that?" I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. The fresh air really does me good. Susan says my oldest son is 2 and has an ulcer on foot that is not healing. So he's in a boot cast and has heart issues now too. Uh, Bless you, scrapping. Yeah, you know, oh, all the people I know so many people that have lost toes, feet, legs from diabetes. A very dear friend of mine who passed away about 9 years ago. He even lost all the fingers on his left hand and he lost 2 on his right hand. And it was all diabetic related. Circulation issues. Yeah, native gravity is funny. To out hike the young'uns. Yeah, I don't rub it in on them at all. I just take a little pride in it, personal pride, because I think they get the point. It's like, dang it, that old fart. We're having a hard time keeping up with them. What the heck's going on here? Now with my bum ankle, it's really peeing me off. And there's all this bad weather. I got to get out there and get that ankle condition back into full use where I can, if I need to, I can hike 12 miles in a day if I want. But we'll see. Mike says my wife is diabetic as well, and my sugar goes low occasionally. I also have COPD, and I smoked since I was 13. Have quit twice. Longest was 3 years, but I don't feel right not smoking. See, and that's I just about. I mean, it freaked me out when my cardiologist, after my open heart surgery, I got out of the hospital real quick. I got 3 days earlier. She said than anybody that she's had as a patient there, and she told me, she says, "Now I know what you're going to do the minute you get out of here and you're off the property." And I said, "Do you?" And she goes, "Yeah, you're going to light up a smoke." I said, "Oh, you do? You got to know me pretty good in less than a week." And she says, "Fine, but I want you to reduce the amount of smoking you do in for at least 8 weeks." She says, "I'm not telling you to quit. I'm telling you to reduce it." And I said, "I'm surprised you're not demanding that I quit." And she said, "I don't want you being that stressed." She said, "After 50 years of smoking, if you try to go cold turkey now with what you just went through," she says, "it could cause some problems." So she said, "No, I'm just going to ask you to reduce it for at least 8 weeks." And that's what I did. Old man says, "Sty, go to Walmart and walk around inside." I can't. I can't, old man. It's the wildlife in Walmart scares the hell out of me. They get mad at me when I start climbing poles. Yeah, it's the wildlife. Hey, Blake, it's great to see you. Go fish. Hi. How's my bathroom doing after the waterfall? It's all cleaned up. It's all cleaned up and dry now. All my towels have been run through the laundry and dried and all folded, put away. Yep. Scrapping says, I lost my best friend. He wouldn't take the diabetic meds and it ate his heart up. He died 3 years ago. Oh, wow. Wow, wow, wow. I've been diabetic for 27 years now. And I used to take over 300 units of insulin a day. And for a type 2 diabetic, that's a ton of insulin. And that was with a controlled diet. I still had to take that much insulin to control my sugars. They would cap out all the time. Well, my system would not produce any insulin, and any insulin that was in my system was not recognized, so it just rejected it. So, of course, you're on meds so that your system sees it as insulin and uses it. And then there's none there to start with, so you have to add the insulin. It's just terrible. Guess what, guys? I'm on one insulin med right now, and my blood sugars are so dang stable. I've never, in 27 years, I haven't had blood sugars as stable as they've been since about 3 months before I retired. It was like knowing retirement was coming. It's like my system relaxed, and like all of a sudden, all these things started falling into place and stuff. And yeah, I love it. Um, yeah. Susan says, I feel you, Sty. Past 3 years, I've been having cartilage determination. So now I use a walker and cane. Yeah, isn't it a bummer when you get limited? It is. It is. But I sure hope, Susan, you find some happiness in your day every single day. I sure hope so. Mike says a lot of the wildlife in Walmart, our Walmart, is the same now. I'm wondering if all Walmarts are the same. I think they are. I think they are. I'm sorry, but being out with folks is bad enough. Going to a Walmart, oh, for me, it's just get in there, get what I want, get the heck out. Yep. Um, Go Fish is saying my friend Ozzy is busy tonight. She asked that I say hi for her. Oh, great. Thanks, Go Fish. Uh, I, yeah, I thought Ozzy might pop in. Um, but yeah, great. Thanks for passing on the message. Yeah, everybody. I love this place because everybody gets to know everybody. Yeah, Native Grammy. Me too. I think all Walmarts are the same. It brings the craziness out of everybody in them. Oh yeah, Susan Lee. That's great. That's great. Hey, Canoe Hound. Hey, Dennis. If anybody hasn't been over to Canoe Hound's channel and watched the two videos he's got on his 7-day trip that he took, get over and watch them. They're long. They're long. You're looking at an hour and 45 minutes about for the two of them. Um, they're worth it. I've watched them twice, guys. And I tell you what, that sliver that your buddy got, I hate them buggers, man. You get a big nasty sliver, and sometimes you feel like you're totally helpless because that sucker will sting for days. Yeah, it's great that you got your children and your dogs, Susan. Yeah. We all need some kind of human compassion and contact, or pets, fur babies. We all need, if you don't have enough human interaction of caring people, then a fur baby or two really helps. Yeah, yeah, Blake, that's it. Everybody in here, check each other out. Mike says ours is easy to get in 3 seconds flat, but unless you do the self checkout, it takes forever to get out. Yeah, I use the self checkout myself all the time. The only problem is I hate it because the one person that works that whole area of self checkouts will come over to me and say, "Would you like some help with that?" Well, what the hell do you think I came to self checkout for? Because I don't need your help. Go away. Go away. Shoo, shoo. Yeah. Yeah, Canoe Hound is awesome. I have what they thought was a hippo in a mini skirt in Walmart once. I've seen a few of those. Bandit is pouting big time because the two cats are closer to us than he is. Poor baby. Competition. He doesn't, they don't love me enough. Oh, Gravy. Nuance says, Sty, did you see right? Was your stream over 8 hours the other night? Yeah, it was. There, it's back. I've been having that issue. Folks, hopefully this won't lock up on me. The other night, a couple nights ago, I had it lock up on me, and well, we had a car accident out here that one night and locked up my YouTube, lost the internet. And since then, I've been having my internet fail once in a while, but it's only be for a few seconds or so, and then it pops back. So there's a little hesitation in there. Don't be surprised. Um, yeah, it was over 8 hours. Thanks to my viewers keeping me up all night. Yeah, yeah. I've got an awful lot of 7 and 8 hour streams now. I've got one that was 10, I think. Yeah. It's not going to be tonight, though, folks. I ain't going that late tonight. The Chuck saying, or a YouTube channel. Yeah. YouTube deleted my post about Walmart. Said nothing wrong. Must have used one wrong word. Yeah. Yeah, Canoe on it. There's a whole shift at the shop. Yeah. Yeah. I keep telling people, man, oh man, it's like I'm back to work. But if the dang weather doesn't clear up so I can get outdoors, I got nothing better to do but to sit on a dang stream. Um, but this week, even if I don't want to, but if I have to, I'm going to be out in the rain. The Susan says I have two chihuahuas. My biggest one is afraid to disturb the smaller one. LOL. It's funny to see her try to sneak by the other. That's funny. That's funny. I had a little Chihuahua and a little Lhasa Apso, and those two were just hilarious. Yeah, loved them both right to death. Yeah, they only live so long, but yeah, the time I had with them was awesome. Was awesome. That's why I tell folks, don't underrate people's fur babies because they become family members. Okay. Scrapping's asking Sty, where you live? Are the days starting to get colder? It was 87 here in Illinois today. Oh my gosh! I live in northern Wisconsin, right off of Lake Superior, not far off Lake Superior, just like 3 blocks. And our high got up to 47 today. And I looked just not too long ago, and it's 42 degrees right now. And they say that's what our low is supposed to be tonight. Tomorrow, I think the high is 49 for the high tomorrow. So, yeah, it's getting cold. It's getting cold again. And everybody keeps asking me, are you going to get back out on the kayak, do some fishing? Heck, I don't know. I don't know. I can't swing buying my wetsuit. I'm going to buy a wetsuit so that I can kayak later season and earlier spring. I won't be able to purchase that till the end of next month, the end of October, but I'll have it for next spring at least. Oh, Ridgetop's saying that they got a cold front coming in next week. Yeah, that'd be nice. Bryce saying, got some ginger nuts and coffee and an apple. I'm set. Yeah, and let's see here. Go fish. My internet goes out when train goes by. Yeah, I remember you mentioning that. That's a bummer. Rod saying, how's the hunting going? No hunting for me. I don't know, no hunting for me. Not this year. I will be next year, though. I'm gearing up for a year from now. I'm going to do some crossbow hunting, take a deer or two next year. Yeah. Mike's saying, I heard that Montana is getting a big snowstorm already. Yeah, that's early. When I lived out there, we usually didn't get heavy snow until right around Thanksgiving time. I usually had the last few days of elk season out there where I was hunting in the snow up in the high country where we lived. Yeah, that's me. I actually I like it cool. I like it cool. And with this weather, even with this weather right now, it's 74 degrees in my apartment, and I've had the windows open all day, and it's been in the 40s, and 2 fans going. So, but to me, 74 in here feels pretty good because it's usually about 80 in here. It's terrible. Oh, Susan's pups are 9 now. Yeah. My Chihuahua, they had to do an estimate on her age. And they figured she was 18 when she passed away. The Lhasa Apso, they figured, was 20. They were both rescue dogs, but not in the traditional rescue sense. The Chihuahua, we were going to buy her from somebody, and they brought her to us, and she was in such bad health and bad condition. And she was only about 10 years old at the time. I was so mad when I saw the condition of that dog. I chased them people out of my house and kept the dog. And I said, go call the cops. If you want your dog back, you're going to have to do it legally. Go call the cops. They accused me of stealing it. I said, because I can't wait to get into court with you. I said, because this dog's going straight to the vet. And I'm going to get a full statement from the vet about the condition of his dog and why it's that kind of in that kind of condition. Well, when we took that dog to the vet right away said she's fresh out of a puppy mill. They said she's had a minimum of 6 litters. I said, oh my God. It cost me over $450 just to get her health in order. Those folks that brought her to our house, they never did call the cops. They never did come back. So I knew damn well they were running a puppy mill and they were just rolling her out of the mill. You know, that they were probably worried that the next litter will kill her. So they figured, yeah, we'll get rid of her. So she had 9 years of leisure with old Sty. Yeah, she was babied. Yeah. Okay. Native Grammy. We had a skip of snow today. Yeah, Rich Top saying that Canoe Hound's channel is going to keep them busy for a few days. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. It takes some catching up over there. Be patient. There's a lot to catch up on. And it's an awesome channel to follow. Awesome channel to follow, Rich Top. And I like what you're doing, Rich Top. You keep your channel going, bud. You keep your channel going. Yeah. Anybody in here, do Rich Top a favor, get over there and check him out. Yeah. Get over there, check him out. Nice new channel coming up. Yeah. Mike said high 60s today, but it's supposed to go down to 30 overnight. Yeah, we haven't got any frost warnings yet. I think they're coming. There you go, Canoe Hound. Yeah, I did too earlier this evening when I met Ridgetop. I bumped it up because it's another one of those channels that's upcoming. Yeah, and I've got a few channels now that they didn't have a lot of subs, and I started in at the ground floor with them, and now some of them have passed me right up. I was like, wait, whoa. I was one of their first supporters. They passed me up. What the heck is going on? And then they got the gall to say, oh, Sty, you gave us such good advice. We're so happy with our channel. It's growing so nice. You gave us this advice, that advice. I go, doggone it. Maybe I should figure out what advice I gave them and use it myself. I don't. 46 in Maine. Yeah. Mike says it was on the ticker tape on our news channel. There's going to be several feet of snow. Wow. Nuts. Mike says, oh, that must be what the news was talking about on TV. I don't get the news because I don't have regular television. Sorry. Yes, Eileen, this is my new chair. It's comfortable. It's very comfortable compared to that old piece of junk I was in. I like it because I can turn around, I can get up and leave and move around. I've got a nice shelf set up over here on the left, and I got a counter type thing here over my air conditioner to use, and another cabinet back here. and I got a new computer desk with camera mounted on it and lighting, and yeah, it's perfect. Yeah, I really enjoy it. Rod, hey Squirrel, I got some budget machetes if you want to review them. Wow, coyote. Susan says, my smaller chihuahua, my son got off Craigslist. She was so skinny, it was awful. Was mistreated by the person rescued her to get her a good home, and I was lucky to get her. Well, she was lucky to get you. You betcha. That my Lhasa Apso, that one, my wife called me one day and said, meet me at such a address. They've got a dog I want to see if maybe we'd like to take it home. And I said, well, why all of a sudden, because at that time we had a big black lab and our little chihuahua. And she said, well, it's a cute little Lhasa Apso chihuahua mix. And she's not that big of a dog and this and that. And I haven't seen her yet, but I want you to come with me and blah, blah, blah. I said, what do they want for her? And she says, no, she's free to a good home. Oh, that turned into a bad situation. I got there, and that poor little dog was so scared to death. I picked her up, and she buried herself into my jacket and just shook and shook and shook. And she just kept trying to burrow into my jacket. And I said, oh my gosh, is she like me? And I said, she's awful thin. She had a lot of hair, but I could tell she's awful bony. I said, what, is she ill? And the gal says, no, she's not ill, and on and on and on and on. And I knew right away just from her tone and her reaction, she's lying to me. Well, all of a sudden, that gal puts her hand out and she stepped back and she turned and she's yelling, boys down, boys down. And here come these two pit bulls out of the house. And you could tell these people were mistreating all their animals. Those two pit bulls are just meaner than sin. And I've got friends that got pit bulls my one buddy, his pit bull knocks me down, will actually put me on the ground and then lick the crap out of my face. I don't want that dog licking but oh no, his pit bull, he'll lick you to death. And he's never bit a soul. But these two, they want a piece of me and my wife. And that gal finally, kept them back, got the door slammed shut, and they're slamming into that screen door. They want out. They want a piece of me. At least that's what I thought. Because finally they settled down. They're just growling and staring. And when I took that little Lhasa Apso out of my jacket and handed her over to my wife, those two pit bulls went nuts. And I go, what is this about? And that gal says, well, you'll find that she's got a couple of bite marks on her. I go, what? And she goes, the pit bulls hate her. They hate her. We have to feed her in a separate room because the pit bulls will tear her up if she even tries to eat anywhere in front of them somewhere. So we have to put her in a separate room. And they said, so we can't have her anywhere near the pit bulls. They want to tear her up. I said, you got to be kidding me. And I said, how long has that been going on? Well, we got the pit bulls about 3 weeks ago, and they started tearing her up right away. But she's healed up from that incident, but she's been bit a couple times since. And I said, why are they attacking her? And she said, well, they don't like her. I said, how long have you had her? And she said, oh, we've had her for about a year. I said, and you brought those dogs in here that are going to tear your pet of a year that you've had to pieces? She goes, well, no, that's why we're giving her away to a good home. And she says, I don't like your tone. I don't know if you'd be a good home. I said, I said, I hate to say it, but I'd rather see her put down by a vet because she'd have a happier life than me putting her back in your hands. I said, you ain't getting this dog back. You just gave it to us free. I said, my wife's got your flyer from down at the store to where she took it off the board. It says free La Sapso. We got the free La Sapso, and you can kiss my ass. As we walked away, she's yelling at her boyfriend, they're taking the dog. And I don't think I like those people. And you know what he said? Well, sick the pit bulls on them. I turned back, I looked at that gal, and I said, you don't want to turn them pit bulls out here now. I'm already out on the public sidewalk, and I guarantee you, before one of them dogs bites into me, I'm killing it. I said, and it's not the dog's fault. He's going to end up dead tonight. It's yours. I said, I said, I'll bring a lawsuit against your ass. Well, she let us go, and poor little Blondie, that's what we named her. She turned into this biggest sweetheart too. I actually did a like a memorial video for Blondie when she passed away. Yeah. Yeah, I don't have another fur baby. It's been 3 years, a little over 3 years. I can't get myself to get another one. Just can't do it. Yeah, Canoe Hounds was saying way too early for snow. It is for us, I know here. We rarely, we've had a few years over the last 30 plus years where we've had snow on Halloween, but it's only maybe 2 or 3 years or in the past 30. We usually don't see snow here until Thanksgiving weekend. Usually the last couple days of hunting we'll get kind of like a freezing snow. I can only remember a couple of hunting seasons where I really had trouble getting out to my hunting grounds because there was too much snow. Susan says, yes, that's how mine was made me cry. She took to me right away. Though was so happy she did. Yeah. 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 There's a few of us on here. Maniac Variety lives 15 minutes from me. And Gil Skills is somewhere in Maine also. Yep. Yep. Yeah. Gil wants me to come up and see him next year. I'm thinking of it. So, yeah. Mike, maybe we'll have to figure out some way to meet up for lunch or something if I come through that territory, eh? Um, yeah, yeah, Grammy, it was awful. Yeah. Mike says, I saved my dog, Hooch, from an abusive owner, and he's now 15 years old. Had him for 5 years now. Awesome. Awesome. My hat goes off to anybody that rescues a dog. I don't know. Yeah. Fur babies. I've got a real soft spot for them. My dogs over the years, almost every single dog I had such a positive impact on my life. And I've had 1, 2, 3, 4. I've had 4 of my dogs through my life, literally. Well, 3 of them literally saved my life. Literally saved it. I would be dead today if it wasn't for those 3 dogs on 3 separate situations. Um, one had to do with an intruder in my home, and my dog intervened. The intruder is not able to intrude on anybody anymore, but my poor dog passed away in protecting me. The other incident, dog saved me from, at a minimum, a very terrible bear mauling. He saved my butt. Oh, he did. He saved my butt. And the third one, I'm not going to tell you how she saved my life, but she did. And the fourth dog in my years that saved somebody's life was another bear incident where he saved my ex-wife from, literally, from a mauling or death. I think a mauling would have been the best case that would have been there if that dog hadn't been involved. Yeah. Native Grammy says, yep, Bandits was a rescue too, neglected and abused with 30 other dogs. Oh, wow. And look at Bandit now. I tell you what, when I see Bandit, I just laugh. It makes me happy. Bandit is so, just, you can tell, Bandit's happy. He's a happy pooch. Yeah, there's quite a few folks from Maine. And I told Gil that too, Gil Skills. I told him, I said, yeah, if I ever get up there, I said, gosh almighty, I said, maybe we need to come up with a good central location, Gil and I, and figure out a good central location. Let all of our people that we know in Maine, especially the ones that I'm with, that I follow and follow me, and we all get together somewhere just to hang out, to have a barbecue or some damn thing, and maybe do a live stream from somewhere. Just have everybody there. That'd be pretty awesome. Yeah, old man in New England, 3 feet of snow. See, that's the thing too, is where I'm at. If you're along the lake, if you're along Lake Superior, close up to it, the snowstorms are kind of bad, but they're not terrible bad. Get 5 miles inland, see what happens. We get all that lake effect. And you guys in New England know that crap coming across the Great Lakes, and it builds and it builds and it builds, and it starts hitting upstate New York, and the rest of you just get dumped on. I mean, God almighty. Yeah. Yeah, Susan. Absolutely. Unconditional love. Yeah. That's the thing, is I always felt so guilty if one of my dogs got hurt or something, because you take care of them, and it may have been your own fault that you hurt them somehow, and you take care of them, and they look at you like, oh, you're my savior, and they love you for it. Yeah. The Hey, good night, Ridge Top. We'll see you again. We'll see you again. You bet. No, the shout out. Yeah. Yeah. We love giving shout outs to folks. Hi, Evie Bubbles. Oh yes. Oh yes. Fill in that damn mask. There were some people telling Phil and others, I guess, telling him, wonder what Sty's going to think of that. Maybe he might get upset with that or something. And Phil said, I don't think he will. Oh, no, I laughed my butt off. I told Phil, I said, no, that's great. That's great. And now I'm teasing him, telling him that I'm going to go back and I'm going to copyright claim that stream. I said, take your revenue away from that stream. And he goes, how are you going to do that? I said, well, look at your own stream. Go back and look. What name did you put under yourself? He put Sty North while he was wearing that mask. I said, I got you, bud. I got you. I can put a copyright claim on that. You'll never beat it. He was just laughing. I said, I'll take all 30 cents a month that you'll make off of that. No, no. It goes right back to what I always say. Hey, if you can't laugh with me, go ahead and laugh at me. I don't care. Mike says, if you do, we will definitely have to meet up. And I'm having a big party for my 60th B-Day and YouTube friends and you YouTube friends sometime in either late July or August. Not sure yet, even though September is my month. Keep us posted there, Mike. Keep us posted, okay? Yeah, for me to make that trip, that's a long haul for me. I got my, I'm not going to haul the adventure trailer on that kind of a trip, but I got my truck tent that goes right in the box of my truck up on my box. Down the road again. Yeah. I get my truck fully serviced, bumper to bumper, ready for a long road trip, and I'm out of here, I think. And no plans are carved in stone at all. At all. But you folks up in Maine, up in that region, and a couple of folks en route for me heading there, is saying, yeah, guess what? Those YouTubers are probably going to be the first one. First one Sty gets to go visit in person. Get some Maine maple syrup. Well, I'm always game for maple syrup. We got it up the yang yang up here. We have huge sugar bushes up here. The biggest sugar bush I've got that's within probably a half-hour drive of me is an 800-acre sugar bush. I worked that one. I knew the owners of it real well. Then the one owner died, and the other owner turned into a hole. And I said, I ain't working your sugar bush anymore. So actually, yeah, if I went out to Maine, I'd get some maple syrup just to bring home for me, because I got to buy it here now too. See, I worked that sugar bush every year because that was the deal, is you got a certain amount of the production when you're done. And I was usually getting anywhere from 3 to 7 gallons a year of pure maple syrup. Awesome syrup too. The single owner now found out he wasn't the one that was giving me the deal. Yeah, so that ended. Yeah, yeah, Susan, that's great. There's definitely a lot of great places to do that. I've anything on the internet and the state website, and it talks about all the things in the state of Maine and stuff, and all the people I've met from Maine. Now I've hauled up into Bangor 7 or 8 times. Hauled freight up there. Windows. I used to haul windows for Weather Shield windows, and I've hauled them up into Bangor 7 or 8 times. But that was years ago, and I love that country. I love that country because Maine, to me, is Boundary Waters canoe area. May not be all these massive, huge chains of lakes and stuff, but the terrain, the wildlife, everything is just like getting back into Boundary Waters. I just love that area. Um, yeah, yeah. Mike says I'm planning to have somewhere we can all gather and camp out, and I'm going to have food and fireworks and entertainment. Holy shit! Well, you're selling the trip on me there, buddy. Yeah, Evie and Bryce, my New Zealanders. I love it. I love it. I tell you what. I tell you what. Don't anybody upset either one of them. I love having folks way on the other end of the globe from me. It's yeah, I love it. And so like-hearted. I mean, awesome people. Mike says must be where Wi-Fi is available. Well, that'd be kind of cool if Wi-Fi was available because between one or more of us, we could probably get a live stream running. That'd be fun. That'd be fun. But I tell you what, I'll be doing an awful lot of video work. I take that long trip. Hike with Mike. Word. The word. There's the word. You betcha, Mike. You keep us posted. There you go, Susan. Yep. I love my truck tent. I just love my truck tent. I can even haul my deep cycle batteries and my CPAP machine. I sleep like a baby in that bugger. I I got an inflatable mattress back there. Yeah, it's pretty glamping. For me, that's glamping. A lot of people go, that ain't glamping. That's the back of a pickup truck. Oh, for me, it's a hell of a lot better than the ground. Mike says I might even have some maple syrup this spring. Ah, Somerset County. Evie said someone asked me if I speak a different language as I spell things same as UK English. Oh, and that's it. We go to far regions, and there's accents in that. But English has become such a common language that it's really brought a lot of the world together. It really has. I don't know any foreign languages. What are considered foreign languages? They're foreign to me. But I work around accents because the people I hang out with are patient with me, and I go, "What? What?" And then they laugh at me. You poor old fart. You don't even understand what we're saying. No, say it again, and I will. I'll learn it. I'll learn it. Yeah, yeah. Bryce is saying, "How is Auckland today?" Evie, we had heavy rain period down here this morning. Rod had to run. See you Thursday. Yes, take care, Rod. Always being safe and careful. Everybody here needs to stay safe and careful. Cloudy, sunny, and windy today in Auckland. Yeah, weather seems like the whole dang planet's just a wet mess right now, or cloudy, or blowing. Yeah. Mike says you was only 2 miles from my house then, Sty. If you went north on 95, yes, I took 95. Holy smokes! Isn't that nuts? That's just nuts. Yeah. Yeah, me and my big old Freightliner, we pounded up 95, like I said, 7, 8 times. Yeah. Bryce is saying, damn, it sounds nicer down here. Canoe Hound says, hey, I have no YouTube friends from New Zealand. How about you, Bryce? Hey, Bryce and Evie, help Canoe Hound out, would you? Dennis is an awesome guy. He's awesome. He, and I tell you what, if the two of you go over there and hang out with Dennis when he's got lives going, I tell you, he promotes people. He promotes people. I've seen him praise people that got the tiniest channels, and he's just all for them growing. And yeah, he's a great guy, and he loves the outdoors. And where he lives in Canada and the canoeing trips he takes, um, beautiful, beautiful stuff. Beautiful stuff. Old man saying, Mike, I bet all the places that I have been in Maine has probably changed. I hear that the pier called 40 Fathoms in Rockland, Maine is no more. That's the thing, is it's been so many years since I've been on the eastern seaboard at all that I don't expect anything to still be what I thought. Well, I can only imagine at this point because it would not, none of it would be familiar to me again. So I going out there would be great because it'd be like a all new adventure for me. Thanks, Bryce, for going over to check out Canoe Hound. Yeah, Canoe Hound. Don't you dare head to New Zealand without me. A couple of friends in Australia have told me if I get down there, they'll put me up. And I told them, I said, I'm not going to Australia unless I go to New Zealand too. They said they don't give a shit where I go after I stop to see them. Bryce says, I can tour guide if you want. Not terribly good with facts, but I know the good spots. That's all that counts. And who the heck are we to question your facts? We haven't been there. Yeah, we'll believe everything you tell us, Bryce. Oh, it's only 15.6 Celsius, 78% humidity, so it feels warm. And it's your spring. You guys are just going into spring. Oh, yeah. The only problem is at my age, I can't say, well, let's skip winter and just go right to spring. That just gives me a little less time. I'll I'll suffer through winter. I'll just live stream all winter and talk to folks that are going through their summer down there. Susan said, where we are is really country, just gas stations and little convenience store. Awesome. Awesome. That's Bryce saying, oh no, yeah. He said 18.8 Celsius, 52% humidity down here. Not cold and not that warm either. Nice, comfy weather temperatures. Um, I got this channel out waiting to be looked at. Thanks, man. Thanks so much. Um, there you go. Thank you so much. Yeah, the two of you, you're awesome. You're awesome. Old man saying, Mike, have you ever been to the Lobster Festival in Rockland, Maine? Oh, oh, Sty's got to stay away from lobster, especially if the market rate's too high on them. I go broke. I love lobster with a passion. And Mike saying, do you remember a truck stop called Truckers International in Fairfield? I am 2 miles from that, but it's been turned into in Irving now. Truckers International. God, it sounds awful familiar. Awful familiar. But I got to keep in mind that would have been 35 years ago. Last time I was up there, 35 years ago. But it does sound awful familiar. That's why I said everything I can imagine from back then that I can recall, because it was my damn job. I didn't get to enjoy it. I loved the scenery. I loved the state. But it was get there, drop my load, turn my butt around, head all the way down to Boston or Rhode Island, catch a load going to the West Coast. So, yeah. Evie, sibling rivalry between New Zealand and Australia. Yeah, yeah, yeah. That's a good way to put it, Evie. That's a good way to put it. Canoe hunt. Thanks. Oh, no, Canoe hunt. You don't have to thank me. Thank your new followers. Yeah, yeah. If I can send a couple of wonderful, great folks your way, Dennis, you know I will. You know I will. And you never have to thank me for it, bud. You've been there for me. Yeah. It's just reciprocal, man. Mike says, oh man, I don't remember that pier, but it probably is gone. And the one in Old Orchard is not what it was when I was a boy. Yeah, times change stuff, man. Well, Evie says, I feel sorry for people in Alaska as only have 4 months to collect things for the rest of the year. Yes, but in Alaska, I got a buddy that lives in Fairbanks, and he owns 400 acres, and he plants potatoes, right? In the spring, as the permafrost starts to melt, it'll melt down about 6 or 8 inches. He goes out there with this big D9 Caterpillar tractor, and he actually plows the topsoil, pushes it with the blade, and he sent me videos of him doing it, and it's like it rolls as he's plowing it. It just rolls, and he gets it all to the end of one field, and then he backs all the way up, and he does it again until all the dirt is piled up on one end of the field. And he says, I can only do so many acres at a time. And he said that as the season progresses in the spring, he ends up with up to 4 of these big Caterpillar tractors pushing that dirt. But what they do is they push that dirt all to one end. And then by the end of the next day, a 24-hour cycle, he can do it again because another 6 inches or so of that permafrost melts, and he rolls it all back up again. And he does that about, I don't remember exactly how much. It's like 4 to 6 times. And then they let the ground thaw for so many days, and they plant the potatoes, and then they back drag all that dirt back over them, and then the potatoes grow. But because they got sunlight almost round the clock for all those months, those potatoes are huge. They're huge. They don't last long, though. They don't winter well. He said by Christmas, all the potatoes that he's grown aren't any good anymore. So they use those up. And he's making a great living off of growing potatoes in Alaska. I told him, I said, I can't believe you can even grow a potato in Alaska. And yeah, they got it figured out. They have some awesome crops up there. Awesome. He showed me pictures of some of the carrots they grow, some of the cabbages they grow, and it's because they got so much daylight. It seems like, well, they only got 4 months of good daylight, but they can grow so much in that short period of time. It's amazing what they can do. It's Yeah, it's all in learning your environment, I guess. Yeah. The I kind of got wandered off with that, didn't I? um, Bryce is saying, "Sweet Channel Canoe Hunt. Time to go kayaking, mate." Yeah, yeah. Join the Navy and see the world. LOL. Yeah. LOL. I damn near did. Oh man, damn! I almost ended up being a fellow Seabee boy. I I was literally just maybe a half a dozen days away of going in and doing the final sign up. The recruiter was all thrilled. He kept calling me and saying, get in there," because it was post Vietnam, just barely post Vietnam. And I thought, thank God we're pulling out of Nam. I'll enlist. And I didn't plan on being a career, but I thought I'd enlist and take it from there. Well, they didn't want you in the Army anymore. They only wanted draftees anyway at that time. And they didn't want you in the Marines anymore because they only wanted draftees anymore. There was about a 5 year span there where it was a real bummer trying to enlist in Marines, Army, Air Force. I wanted to fly. So I went to a recruiter's office, got talking to him, and he says, what do you plan on accomplishing while in the Air Force? I said, I want to be a damn pilot, that's for sure. He goes, sorry, buddy. Only thing you can fly in the Air Force is a helicopter. I go, say what? The who? He goes, not with them eyeballs of yours. You ain't flying for us. He says, your best bet is the Navy. The Navy will actually let you fly with glasses, not the Air Force. He said the Army, better yet, they'll let you fly if you're got an IQ of 25. He says, but you ain't flying for the Air Force. He says, what we will do, though, is qualify you for private pilot's license. And by the time you have done out your time with us, you'll be able to come out and get your private pilot's license in a flash. So I opted for Navy. Doggone it. I had a contract. I was running a restaurant, and I was going to dump that and go into the Navy. Then I met my ex-wife. Oh, there goes my Navy plans. And they say, what would you want to change in the past? Nothing, because I wouldn't have my 4 kids, my 2 wonderful boys, if I had gone in the Navy. Yeah, and Dennis is right. Always time to be on the water, Bryce. Yeah, as soon as I get my wetsuit. Bryce wants his own sailboat one day. Awesome. Somebody had a beautiful 32-footer up here, twin mast sailboat. It all it really needed was some TLC. There was nothing major wrong with it. And the guy was going to let it go for. He was going to let it go for $6,000, and I couldn't swing it. I was trying to get one port up here to give me a better deal on winter moorage. Get it up dry docked for the winter, let me live in it, because they do have some there where folks are living in their tugs year round, and they wanted too much money. Um, Scrapping says, this little village town I live in, we have a post office and a 1-truck firehouse. We have to go to the next town to even go to a soda machine. There you go. There you go. I love towns like that. I mean, as long as within driving distance, a half hour, 45 minutes, even if it's an hour, you can go and get everything you would ever need. Then I'm happy. I can be an hour away from any place that's got everything I need, and I'm happy as a bird. I love that. Bryce says, especially when sports get involved. Yeah, between uh, uh, Australia and New Zealand. It's raining now where Evie is. Mike says, I have not been to the Lobster Fest. I spent 2 weeks every summer till I was 13 in Bar Harbor, and my uncle was a lobsterman there. Oh, oh. Bryce says, I like rain, but I like sunshine better. Evie says, my dad was in the Navy for about 10 years. My pop was a Navy man, too. He got a medical discharge, severely busted hip. He fell off of some kind of upper deck. I can't remember the details. Fell off of some kind of upper deck, came down, landed sideways on his hip. Let's say this part of my hand is his hip. He landed sideways on a rail, and it basically snapped him in half, shattered that hip. And after he went through surgery and they fixed his hip and everything, and he fully recovered. And I mean, yeah, he was fully recovered. You would have thought he'd have a limp, but no, he was fully recovered. And the Navy told him, no, you've been out of service so long, and and we're just going to take you off on medical. Send you home on medical. Oh, he had a fit. I guess he just blew up. He had a fit. He was madder than hell because that was during the. He would have been in the Pacific engagement. So during World War II, at the tail end of World War II. No, he was really itching for a little bit of payback for Pearl Harbor, so and he didn't get to have any. Mike says Truckers International had 3 big 8-foot tables, all end to end, and that was where all the truckers sat for breakfast, and a few railroad men, such as my dad, would sit there and talk. I miss it. God, see, now you're making it sound even more familiar. Yes. Oh my gosh. You're making my head hurt, Mike. God, that sounds fun. Because I know of about 5 places like that throughout the U.S. where they've got the big communal truckers tables. I love them places. You just sit down there and you get your food and you're just all, I mean, everybody's right there and you're just BSing. And yeah, you have a couple of good old fashioned, get your dirt under your fingernail, blue collar workers, local guys, hang out with the truckers. Yeah, yeah. Oh, really, Evie? Allergies to dust mites. Native Grammy, you're still here, you sweetheart. Mike says, I don't have the connections anymore, old man. Sorry. Uh, That's Bryce is saying, I never been fit enough for any service like the Navy. I am happy being a land lugger. Well, that's it. I mean, quality of life is what you make a life, right? Doesn't matter where you are. I did not have the pleasure to serve. I did not have the pleasure to serve. And I tell you what, there, there's an awful lot of vets in the U.S. here, that local vets, that they know me. They know me. Our family's been military bound for so many years, and my brother, he served in Nam. He went to Nam, and um, I didn't get to serve, and so I make up for it by supporting and backing all of our vets over here, all of our active duties. People look at me like I'm nuts when I'm in a grocery store or at Walmart or anywhere, and I walk up to a checkout. I'm gonna get in line, and up behind me comes a GI. I stepped aside. I said, "You're next." And so often they'll say, "What? No, I got a whole cart full of stuff." No, you're next. Go ahead. You're next. You betcha. You're serving me. I can wait for you. You're next. That's just the way I am. Edie says, we have very changeable weather in Auckland. We say, if you don't like the weather, come back in 10 minutes. We say that up here too. You don't like the weather? Just hang around for 10 minutes. It's going to change. Bryce says, that sounds like Auckland, all right. Down here, we say, if you don't like the weather, come back tomorrow. Or you tell them, go to Auckland. Mike says, if I remember correctly, a log truck loaded with logs coming down a road. Oh boy, I've hauled a lot of logs over the years too. Local hauling. Yeah, we had a tree service for a few years, and I was the only one that had any actual logging experience. We had two awesome tree climbers, but they had never been in logging operations or anything. And so I took on the ground crew, and they didn't like the way I did things, a lot of them, because I approached it like a logger. Get on the ground, skid it out to a deck, and let's line them trucks up. Let's get these logs out of here, and we'll get that brush and crap out of here later. I wanted to burn the brush. They don't let you do that in town. Hey, Jay's World. Hi. Yeah, I drove logging trucks a little bit out in Montana and Idaho for a while. That was a short job. I drove one up here in Wisconsin for about a year. It's not that I didn't like the work. I just didn't like the guys I was hauling for. And I didn't like some of their logging practices. They were wrecking some spots I just loved to hang out in, like the camp and hike. And I got on some of those clear cut jobs to haul logs, and I'd pull in there, and and I'm chewing out the loggers all the time about how they're wrecking one of my favorite spots. Yeah, it was just too hard for me to watch some of those spots get logged. I knew they had to be logged, but it was still tough. It was tough for me to watch it happen. And I'm glad I got out of the logging side of things. But Mike says there was also a big mural of a truck on the wall behind the tables, if I remember correctly, a log truck loaded with logs coming down a road. Wow. Gosh. Grammy says finally one cat moves and Bandit takes over his spot within 2 seconds. He's a happy dog again. Bandit's been waiting all this time for that cat to move. Just go ahead, move, see what happens. Once you vacate the spot, it belongs to Bandit. We were talking about our little furry friends earlier. My Chihuahua and Lhasa Apso. The Lhasa Apso, oh, she was a little pig. If I gave him doggy treats, that Lhasa Apso, she's just like, well, I'm bigger than her, so I need two. That's the way she acted all the time. It was like, hey, why is she getting one and I get one? She should get one, I should get two. Well, the Chihuahua, she would take her snacks. She was very, very frugal. She'd take her snacks to her bed. They each had their own little doggy beds. And she'd take hers to her bed and she'd bury it somewhere under her blankies, or the pad. She'd find somewhere to bury her snack. And then she'd guard it, because she knew the other one, Blondie, would come and steal her snack from her. So she'd guard it. And she'd guard that thing all damn day long. And then it'd be time to give them each a snack again. Go to give them a snack. They both come running up. And Lulu, the little Chihuahua, she'd take her snack back to her bed, stash it with the other one. And then at night, you could hear her over there munching on her snacks, right? She saved them for later. Well, the Lhasa Apso, we laughed so damn hard. She'd run to the door, start barking. And here come the Chihuahua. And she'd fly through the living room, up over the couch, and down onto the floor, right to the door, and she's barking. There's something at the door. And the Lhasa Apso would calmly walk away, turn at the end of the couch, head right for Lulu's little bed, and start digging, trying to find her snacks, steal her damn snacks. Well, then she got to the point where she was just messing with poor Lulu all the time. She'd go over and she'd steal a toy out of Lulu's bed. She'd take it. At that time, I was recovering from an old back injury. So my ex and I, we had separate bedrooms for about 5 months. But she'd go into my room and she'd jump up on my bed and she'd hide Lulu's toys under my pillows. And then she'd run back out in the living room, sit there like, I had nothing to do with it. I had nothing to do with it. There was one time I went to bed and I moved the pillows and there was 11 dog toys under my pillows. And I went in the living room with those in my arm. And that poor little Chihuahua was sitting there. And if that dog could have cried, she would have had tears running. And I set those toys on the floor. And I said, Lou, are you putting those in my bed? She just looked up at me and wagged her tail a couple times, picks each one of those toys up and puts them in her back in her bed. And then we realized what was going on. It was the mother instinct in her with her toys, her little toys. And she had this one little bear that she just really loved the best. And we noticed every single day in the morning and in the evening, she would take that one little bear out of her bed and she'd set it down just gently on the living room floor and she'd nudge it with her nose. And she'd nudge it and nudge it and nudge it and nudge it. And if anybody went to pick it up, she'd look at you so pathetically like, why won't it walk? And all we could figure is that it was the mothering part of her, and she thought it was a puppy, and she's trying to get that puppy to react to her. But yeah, it's that kind of thing. Those little fur babies, boy, they can really make your day. They can make your day, man. I have a lot of people that say, well, that's crazy. You get so attached to an animal, this and that. And I tell you what, I'm sorry, folks. I love all my people that follow me and I hang out with. I love you guys. But when it comes to an animal, that's a whole different kind of thing. It's earlier we were all talking about it, and it's unconditional with an animal. Yeah. Scratching said my dog is asleep in my bed with his head on my pillow snoring. Isn't that funny? Yeah, I love it. Yeah. Too cute, Bryce said. Yeah, Evie. Susan saying, oh, yeah, sounds like my smaller one. Yeah. and the bigger one, Star. Star will sneak hers if she can. Star always greets me with a stuffed baby in her mouth. Isn't that funny? Yeah. Good night, Dennis. Hey. Yeah, we know it comes soon for you, man. You get your butt to bed. Get some sleep, man. You got work. I don't. You do. I not that I won't mean to rub that in, but Scrappy says he sleeps there every night until I go to bed. Then he won't go to sleep with my dad and his two dogs. Yeah, the Eileen saying my dog sleeps with me every night. Yes, 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 yes. See, my two pups, yeah, they slept with me every night, and I lived in the Sty Shack those last few years of their lives. And in the winter, it'd get pretty darn cold in the shack, but boy, those two, they knew. They had their little bed next to my bunk, and they knew during the day that's where they slept because it's warm in the shack. I kept it warm, nice and warm in the shack. So they would use their little bed there. Come night, up in the bunk and in the blankets, down. And when I had both of them before the first one passed away, I'd have one on my left side, one on my right side, sleeping from my knees usually down to my ankles. They would stretch out and they just about reach that distance. And the colder it would get, they'd move up. So it's from my knees to my hips they're laying. And I learned to just love that when the first one passed away. And it got a little cooler at night. And then when the last one passed away, yeah, lost my bed warmers. Yeah, that's the way mine were too, Eileen. Yeah, they're glued to me. Um, that's the thing. That's that unconditional. You can tell that dog needs you. That dog needs you to be by them, and it feels rewarding to know that you've got a pet that's that devoted. Um, yeah. In some of my like in Lean To series on my in one of my playlists, I got the Lean To series. In a lot of those videos, you'll see Blondie. She was the Lhasa so and yeah, I'd go out there in winter camp, and she's right there with me, boy. I had times I took her out winter camp where I had to actually pick her up, brush her off, stuff her inside my coat, and finish snowshoeing out to camp because the snow was too deep for her. And it was too much work for her to jump from one snowshoe print into another one. She'd get about halfway out to camp, and then she'd just sit and she'd look. I see her little white head sticking out of the snow, and it's like I can't go any further. I'm too tired, so I'd have to pick her up and haul her out to camp. But oh, she would not stay. I couldn't leave her with someone else. She just every time I left her with somebody, they said she didn't eat. She wouldn't eat. And I'd look and she'd be eating like a pig. And they'd say, that's the first time she ate since you left 2 days ago. She won't eat when you're not here. So yeah, I just let her come with me. Yeah, both of them were that way. They just take them out to camp with me. Um, yeah, Susan saying both are the same. Yeah. Um, Mike saying my dog Hooch used to sleep with my wife and I, but now he likes to sleep in the dining room on his bed. It's too hard for him to get in, to get on our bed. Towards the end, my last fur baby there, Blondie, she wasn't able to jump up in my bed anymore. My bunk was just too high off the floor. So I built her a little step type stool and upholstered it with soft padding, and she was able to jump on that, then jump up into the bed. Yeah, separation anxiety. Yeah. Eileen saying my Pitt is a big teddy bear. I call him my stress sponge. That's cool. Yeah. Mike says my dog was that way, but it's just too hard for him to go with me in the truck now. But I still give him rides when I can. Oh yeah, mine too. They wanted to be in. Oh, they wanted to be in my Jeep all the time. Anytime I head for the Jeep, those two dogs stand right there, like, well, where are we going? You know, I couldn't go anywhere without them. And when I had just Lulu for a while, I didn't have Blondie for about 8 months. And when I had just Lulu, the little Chihuahua, I couldn't drive past McDonald's. When I'd come to the big town here, I lived 40 miles from here at that time, but I'd come into the big town, I'd have to purposely drive way out of the way because if she could see those golden arches, she'd turn, she'd put her feet on the passenger window sill, and then she'd turn and look over her shoulder at me, like, well, and if if I didn't turn to go into McDonald's, she'd start barking like a devil at me. Oh, she did. So the gals at McDonald's, I'd pull up and all I had to say is it's Sty, and they'd say, "Okay, we got Lulu's burger ready for her. What do you want?" They knew her. They all knew her. All the employees there knew her. Yeah, she got her plain burger with cheese, what nothing else, and she was just like me. I ate the French fries, but she knew better. She turned her nose up. She wouldn't eat them French fries, and I can't eat. I love the flavor of McDonald's French fries and texture. I can't eat them. It makes me sick. I mean, I get terribly sick. Yeah. Evie says my cat Mystic is the happiest when both me and my daughter are home. There you go. Yep. Old man says a friend of mine had a male chihuahua that would bite the ankles of everyone. It tried to bite me, but I scooped it up and started rubbing its belly. It would growl and didn't want me to stop. Yeah. I had a friend that had a dog like that. It was a chihuahua, and he's a biker. And that chihuahua would ride, he had a bag mounted on his tank, and that dog would ride in that bag. It was just funny. But that thing wanted to bite people in the ankles all the time, too. It was a true ankle biter. And you didn't want to get your hand too close. It's like nip your fingers. But to him, the thing was just a big baby. But nobody else could touch it. Well, I was at his house one day, and the thing jumped up in my lap, and it started staring at me, and then it started growling, and I thought, it's gonna bite me. So I grabbed it around the middle like that, and I lifted him up and held him out here, and he's and he just kept going on, and I go, you go ahead, get it out of your system, because I'm not putting you down until you're nice. It only took a minute or so, and then all of a sudden he's turning his head, and I realize he's licking my hand. He's licking the side of my hand. He's licking my hand, and he turned to look at me and kind of growl, and then he turned to lick the other hand. And that's when I realized, he could bite me. I mean, he definitely could bite me. He's licking my hand. He can bite me. So I put him back down and just started petting him. And not paying any attention to him, just petting him. I'm talking to my buddy, and my buddy's going, I can't believe, because he named him Trigger, because everything triggered that dog. And Trigger and I we got to be buddies. I mean, when he realized, no, I'm going to hold you until you settle down, man. Um, Susan saying, yes, Star is short and pudgy, so I have the chair pillows at the foot of bed so she can jump in. Yaya is just a spring. LOL. See, that's the way my Lulu was. She was a little lighter weight, her whole body structure, everything was a little, and she was just, in fact, she would jump up and down, straight up and down at times. I'd just laugh at her. She looked like, oh, yikes, you're wearing your springs today. Yeah. Mike says, I have a picture of him sitting in the passenger seat with his paw and leg up on the armrest of the door, looking just like a bird. I love it. That's hilarious. That's hilarious. Evie says, my cat growing up, Pepper, would hear the ice cream van and meow for some ice cream. Ah, yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Bryce says, we don't get ice cream van around here often enough. Oh, I miss the days growing up when we had our milkman. We had an actual milkman. Leave the basket out on your front stoop with bottles of milk and a bottle of orange juice and a fresh dozen of eggs and some butter and maybe some cheese, whatever my mother put on her list in the basket with all the empties she'd set out on the stoop every morning, and then he'd come through and swap that out. And the thing is he came through at about 5:30, 6 o'clock in the morning because he wanted to make sure all of his customers got their daily milk, cheese, and eggs fresh for that morning so they could have breakfast. Boy, those were the days. And milk came in glass, big glass, tall, about the size of a liter bottle, but they're quarts. But a quart bottle of milk with a cardboard milk plug in them. Oh, I miss those days. Susan says, my Star is a barker and will scare you. Yaya hides under the covers and barks. Susan says, never seen any here, Bryce. Bryce says, our turbo dog will make you jump if she doesn't recognize you. One heck of a bark, too. Fox Terrier, Aussie cattle dog. Yeah, yeah. It's funny though when a dog can get people to just startle people, but the dog's really not going to do nothing to them. But the people just like, whoa. That's, I mean, yeah. Hey, so Steve, I didn't see you, so Steve. Hey, good to see you, man. I saw plain old Chuck saying Heidi. I had to back up. I did not see you there. I'm sorry. Evie says we only get ice cream vans rarely now in the summer. Yeah. Mike Hike with Mike says, I remember the milkman. McDonald's milk delivered each day. Awesome. Awesome. Yeah, we had a local creamery that provided our milk. That was really cool. Chuck says, you can have my seat. Gotta go. Got a meeting with the Sandman's scheduled for later. Yay, good night, Chuck. If you gotta go, oh, yeah, sir, you know you can. Yeah, I'm gonna have to wrap it up pretty soon here too, within the half hour. Yeah, about 4.5 hour stream. Yeah. Um, I was gonna cut it off at 4, but we're having fun. the Highwood Mike says, I miss the simple and mellow days. Oh, so do I, Mike. So do I. So much. Susan says, yes, same here, Sty. Square insulated lidded container, glass bottles with little stopper covers. Yep. In fact, when I was in elementary school, our milk, little half pint bottles of milk with the milk tops, glass bottles, ice cold, and those tops you could just pull that one lip over, stick a paper straw right through the lid, drink it out of your glass bottle. Mike Vincent. Oh, we're getting the mics in the house again. Hi, Sty and chat. There's a dairy near me that still sells milk like the milkman used to bring. Yeah, we have a dairy that's not too far from me either that I can still actually get milk in half-gallon glass bottles with the cardboard stopper in them. Um, but I can't get it right here locally. I got to drive 30 miles to get that milk. And then now they charge you a deposit on the bottles, of course. And I don't get there often enough to make it worth it. But boy, I wish I was close. Um, yeah, it's so neat. Yeah, Susan, great childhood memories. Yeah, Evie remembers the glass bottles. And that's the thing. That's the thing is people today, other than folks like us, and that's why I love some of these streams because I can sit here and reminisce with you folks and talk about simpler times and how much all of us miss that. But at the end of the day, I feel so bad for those folks that haven't a clue what the hell we're talking about. Because even in the bad times back then, I look back and I go, my gosh, I felt happy. I felt happy back in those days. Oh, the garbage collector, Susan. Yeah, yeah. We had at our in our neighborhood garbage man, and you didn't put in our neighborhood. You didn't put your garbage cans out by the street. Oh hell no! City council wouldn't have that. You can't have your garbage cans out on the street where everybody can see your garbage. No, that garbage truck actually back into your driveway, and you had your garbage cans at the side of your garage, and they come take them and go put them in the garbage truck, put your cans back, and off they go to the next house. And it totally, yeah, totally different deal. Yeah. Mike Vincent saying, yes, the one near me sells those too. The local grocery store sells it in half-gallon glass bottles. Oh, I wish my local one did. Oh, I sure do. Mike McConkey saying, I remember those. My dad delivered milk when I was like 2 or 3 years old. Yeah, yeah. Bryce is saying glass bottles, a little bit older than me. They got phased out here in the late 80s, early 90s. And by the time I was 9, it was plastic bottles or no milk. Yeah, yeah. That's like we used to, um, we were thrilled when they came out with canned pop soda. And you had they were the pull off tabs, which they eventually outlawed because kids were choking on them. People were cutting themselves with them. Uh, I had I had those pop top tabs, strings of those, and those were in the doorway to my bedroom when I was a kid. But we didn't buy our pop in the cans usually. We bought the big tall glass bottles of pop, 8 packs of Pepsi. Oh, those were the days. Um, Mike McConkey saying there's the store in Saco, Maine, and they sell organic produce, and they have a local dairy that still sells milk in glass bottles. Yeah, awesome. Old man, Sty, how about 8-ounce bottles of soda for 5 cents? Oh, yeah, yeah. You go get those little bottles of Coke, it costs you a dime. You go outside the store, sit on the front stoop of the store, and you drink that bottle of Coke and eat a little bit of penny candy. Then you run back in with the bottle, and they give you 5 cents back, and you just get it back in penny candy. I mean, what the heck? Popsicles were a nickel. Fudgesicles were a nickel. Yeah, old man, those were the days. As Archie Bunker would say, those were the days. Oh, yeah, yeah. Garbage trucks in the summer, yeah. Yeah, penny candy. See, my kids, it freaked them out, freaked them right out. And a friend of mine, his family owned a little local 5 and 10 store, and they had the biggest penny candy counter you ever seen. And there were some ads, and there was price labels on their candy that he still had. They had tore the store down; it was long gone, but he still had some memorabilia from the store. I got some of it to show my kids, and they go, "That can't be right." I said, "Uh huh. Those little Tootsie Rolls. You got 5 for a penny. 5 for a penny. So for 20 cents, you got 100 of those damn things. Sixlets in the little plastic wrap. Sixlets. You got 6 for a penny." And they're going, "That's impossible. That's not even possible, Dad. That no way." Yeah, that's the way it was. Sorry. Those dots that were on the sheets of paper that they came on a big spool and they tear off a sheet for you, those dots. You got a foot long sheet with those candy dots on it. That was a penny. You know, yeah. Yeah, those were the days. Native Granny says, when I was little, we had a cow for milk, chickens for eggs. Mom used to sell fresh eggs, $1 a dozen. Absolutely. Absolutely. I haven't for a while, but I got a friend down here, the dairy operation, and it's an organic farm. And I trust it. And he does test all of his milk, even though it's organic. He does still test it. He wants to make sure that everything's safe for you. And I get whole milk from him, fresh milk, milk that morning. I get it in the afternoon. It's morning milking. If I get it early in the morning, it's the night before's milk. Um, and I'll bring it home. I'll put a gallon jug in my fridge, and I'll wait, let it sit overnight. Then I'll go in there and scoop all the top cream off of it. Put the jug back in the fridge, and I'll take that top cream and I fill a little pint mason jar. Put that in the fridge for coffee. I take the rest of the cream. I put it in a quart jar. A little bit of salt, and sit here and watch TV and shake that son of a bitch until I got butter. Yeah, love it. Oh yeah, yeah. Things were so much cheaper, but then wages were low too. Wages were terribly low. My first real job, they paid me minimum wage. They had to. The law. They had to pay me minimum wage. It was 64 cents an hour. Yep, 64 cents an hour. I didn't even make $1 per hour. So I had to work 10 hours to make $6.40. Yeah. And I was working 20 hours a week. So I was taking home about $12 a week. And I felt like a rich boy. I felt like a rich boy. Yeah. Yeah. Eileen, she loved when they had the penny candy. Yeah. Susan says, North Conway, there's a 5 and dime store. Like walking back in time, have the old toys and paper dolls, jacks, and other stuff. So cool. Yes, 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 yes. Eileen saying, I remember when you could get an ice cream cone for $0.25, a scoop with Jimmy's if you want it. Yeah. Yep. Yep. The oh, there's Go Fish. Always great to see Go Fish. When I see Go Fish pop in, I know at least things are well enough that Go Fish is here. Um, oh yeah, red hot candies. Yeah. Oh yes. I'll never forget as a kid. I'd go to the store with a quarter, and I'd take a dime, and I'd buy myself a bottle of Coke, and I'd go out and I'd drink that Coke. Then I'd bring it back. Get I'd get a nickel back for the bottle. Okay, so now I've got 20. I got 20 cents left, right? I'd buy 5 cents in penny candy, which would usually add up to about 20 pieces of candy, and a kite and a ball of string. And I was good for the day. I had something to do. I go put my kite together, I'd fly my kite, and I'd eat that big pocket full of candy, flying my kite, all for a quarter. And I had a nice cold Coca-Cola. Yeah. Hi, cheese. You got that pig nose. Oh, Susan Lee remembers a place that's got, she knows of a place that's got penny candy. That's cool. Yeah. Bryce has got to take the dog for a walk. I need to exercise too. That's one thing I do need a dog for is to get the exercise. Hey, WTF Mike's here too. One man's trash is another man's treasure. Wonderful saying. Horrible way to find out you were adopted. Yeah, I like how you put it. Horrible way to find out you were adopted. Yeah, 1 and 2 cent lollies. So what you been up to, Cheesehead? Yeah, I'm gonna be shutting down here pretty quick, another 10 minutes or so. But it is good to see you, Cheese. Know that you're still well and kicking. I hope you're well and still kicking. Yeah, gotta be kicking, or you wouldn't be here. Oh yeah, yeah. No kidding. Okay, I got a brother-in-law has a had they just closed it down not too long ago, but had a gas station north of here about 45 miles. Tiny little town. It's got 2 bars and a gas station and a post office and a church. That's it. That's all that's there. In his gas station during the summer tourist season, a fudgesicle costs you $3.50. $3.50 at his little store there. I told him, you must have a lot of leftover ice cream at the end of the season. He goes, they buy me out. He says, I can't keep enough in here. He says, the tourists pay it. I said, oh, that's nuts. That's nuts. $3.50 for a fudgesicle? For a little ice cream bar? Oh. Susan saying probably it's away up there for sure. Awesome little town with small working water wheel. Oh, that's cool. That's cool. Um, oh, balsa wood airplanes. Oh, I had quite the collection, old man. I'm trying to talk myself into doing it again this winter. I don't have any of my old ones anymore, but I'm thinking of building a couple. Just I'll get a couple small kits right now because I looked online. I can still get all of the old retro Gillows kits. My B-25 bomber, I should have never sold it. I had the complete kit, still cellophane wrapped. Purchased it in 1968. Never opened the damn thing, and I still had it. I couldn't pass up selling it. I got $285 for it. But now I wish I had it. I want to build it. I love building balsa airplanes. WTF Mike says, and so the Lord said unto John, come forth and receive eternal life. But John came fifth and won a toaster. that's, oh yeah, with the wind up propellers. Yeah. Yeah, in a lot of those kits, those balsa kits, you could use the rubber band powered, or you could put the little O28 little Cox gas engines in them, and then just put the guidelines in them and fly them. You're better off flying them with the rubber band power. You crash them with an O28 on them, and they bust all up. That's Skull Gamer. Hey, hello. I might be young, lol, but can I have your beer? Sorry, I don't have a beer. I got no beer. Mike saying, Franconia Notch is a beautiful ride. I would like to take the train up through there. Interesting. Cheesehead says brother-in-law and nephew were up for the weekend, getting them set up for deer season, getting the land. Oh yeah, sighting in the rifles. My nephews have never deer hunted before. Oh wow, the lay of the land. Yeah, okay. Wow, geez, you got your hands full. I mean, hopefully you guys have a great hunt. I mean, I hope they have. I hope they do well. You putting them out in dynamite shack? Frankenstein trestle is really cool. Huh. Susan Lee. I have one. I bought at Goodwill. A little one. Only $1. Gonna give to my grandson. Oh, neat. WTF Mike says, if you can make someone laugh, they forget it for a minute, and that's what it's really about. Hey, to me, a laugh is worth its weight in gold. Try to catch up a bit here. Beard? You think so, Mike? If he meant beard, sorry, you got to grow your own. If I could grow them and give them away, or not give them away, sell them, yeah, that'd be a good added income. Because I can grow one like this in about 18 months. So, old man says, well, I have to go now. So I'll catch you next time. Yes, old man. Good night, good night, good night. Awesome having you here as always. Susan says, Mike, I've done the one in North Conway. It's awesome. Mike says, I've always thought I will discover my inner self through some Eastern philosophies, not because of a stupid single ply toilet paper from Walmart. Okay, okay. Yeah, yeah. You're racking up the laughs for me here, buddy. Oh, and the old sleds. Yes, yes, yes. You can still buy the old style sleds, the old runner sleds. I was going to buy one for my grandkids. Uh-uh. For a short little bugger, tiny little, one of the real little ones. $65. $65. I said, no, I ain't spending $65 on a sled. Here, kid, here's a sheet of cardboard. Have fun. Oh, just behind the house? That makes it easier. And you got a lot of deer roaming around there, bud. Bryce is off to walk the dog before it gets dark. Yeah, I'm going to have to get off this stream here in a little bit before it gets daylight. Goldfish is saying, Bryce, thanks for letting me come to your live stream the other day. Bryce is a good, he's, yeah, another good folk. Good folk, good folk. Sit down here a ways. Yeah, laughter is the best medicine. Susan thinks they'd sell good, those beards, yeah. Well, and then Phil over at Everything Spicy went and bought a Sty North mask. And then Phil wears glasses, so he puts the glasses on over that mask, and it looks like me about 40 years from now. I hate to admit it, but yeah, it's pretty darn funny. Pretty darn funny. WTF Mike says, I got my old 8-foot toboggan, still act like I'm 12 when I pull it out. Oh, aren't they fun? Eh? They're fun. They're fun. Yeah, we had an 8 and a 12-footer. That 12-footer just about killed half the kids in our neighborhood. We'd all pack on that thing, get as many kids on as we could. And we had this one long, huge hill. And everything was cool as long as everybody bailed off before you got to the end of the flat at the bottom, because at the end of that flat, there's the back of the guy's garage. Yeah. And the guy was smart. He put corrugated steel that from roofing off of an old barn He put that all along his garage about 4 foot high because we had scuffed it up from hitting it. Um, and then he'd just laugh his butt off. He'd sit in his kitchen drinking coffee and watch his kids slide down that hill, and he'd wait to hear that bong when we'd hit his garage. Yeah, it was pretty funny. Pretty funny. Mike said, "Wow, I know a place has flexible flyer metal runner sled for $50, an old one long enough for a 5 foot person." Oh, that's sweet. That's sweet. That's a deal, actually. That is a good deal. They find them in yard sales and the like around here, these junk shops we got up here. Yeah, they'd fight over that one. If it was long enough for a 5 foot person, they'd fight over it for $50 because they would go in their store and they'd put 100 and a quarter on it. And I can't believe how many people are buying them, and they hang them on the wall in their house. It'll never get used. They hang it. They want that on their wall. And I think that's kind of cool because you can reminisce. You see it and you go, "Oh God, I remember the day," Yeah. I'm kind of looking forward to the Christmas season because I want to see, the Christmas Story. I had I had the leg lamp, but it was a miniature, and I had it on my office desk at work. WTF? Mike says the teacher said to his class one day, "Please stand up, anyone who thinks they're stupid." Nobody stood up, so the teacher said, "I'm sure there are some stupid students in this class." At this point, little Johnny stood up. The teacher said, "Oh, Johnny, so you think you're stupid then?" Little Johnny replied, "No, I just felt bad that you were standing up on your own." I love it. I like my little Johnny jokes, and that one's going in the archive. Yes. Liberty Tool Company, they gave antique tools as well. Wow. Evie's saying my dad would say if we rode down the drive fast and really hurt ourselves crashing into the garbage, we would have to clean up even if we died. Will say Uncle Sty, the original Christmas Story, take place in Canada movie. Yeah, 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 yeah. And then, of course, I gotta watch National Lampoon's Christmas Vacation. That was my house for years. Yep, definitely. Little Willie's back home. Yeah, yeah. Old time Christmases, man. They were such a blast in the day. Yeah. Now I've gone to my daughters a couple times for Christmases, and it's just a nightmare. It's a bloody nightmare, and everybody's fighting. Nobody's enjoying themselves. Nobody wants to sit down and visit. Nobody wants to sit down and play cards or a table game. And I mean, we used to all get together. We get a group of folks together and play Monopoly and the like. And yeah, they don't do it anymore. They just fight. I told them I'd rather be alone for Christmas and watch good old Christmas movies and have some Christmas music on, sit here and eat some good old fashioned Christmas food that I made enough of just for me and reminisce. I'd rather do that than go through the hell of Christmas nowadays. Yeah, Mike, a Red Ryder BB gun for Christmas. Yep, my brother got one. And then I made a damn fool mistake of having that thing cocked open after. Okay, you pump the air and you keep the lever shut, and then you can fire it. I left the lever down, pulled the trigger. Well, that back pressure swings that lever right back up, and it cut my ring finger on my right hand. just about cut the damn finger off. I was only 5 years old at the time. And I remember running into the house yelling, "The gun bit me! The gun bit me!" Yeah, yeah, they're outdoor scene. Yeah. Eileen saying, "Sty, do you remember the old popcorn poppers you used over the fire?" Oh yeah. Oh yes, yes, yes. You remember the ones that you cranked on the stovetop? Had to crank and it had like that blade inside of it. And you cranked it until the popcorn was made. My grandmother used one of those for 50 years. Same one. Same one. Yeah, that was the thing, Susan. It was all about food, family get together, not about gifts. The gifts most of the time were there, but they were secondary to everything else. They were so secondary to everything else. The gifts were fun, but they were just part. They were just part of the whole thing. They weren't the purpose, and that God, yeah, I miss those days. Yeah, yeah. Will Rocker. Careful, you're gonna shoot your eye out. Oh, Daisy BB handguns. Yeah, 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 yeah. We had daisies. We had a couple, two, three of them. We went through over the years. Christmas vacation. The grandmother Grace. There was the voice of Olive Oil and Betty Boop. Yep. I wish my family would get down to that point on the gift thing. Just give up the gift thing. Just give it up, and please have a nice, peaceful day together. But even with all the gifts, they're fighting like cats and dogs all the time. Yeah, I wish we could go back to that. And I don't know if all you folks heard it, but I had announced a couple streams back that, um, and I won't know until I'm real close up to Christmas. If I am not traveling and I'm alone for Christmas this year, um, I'm going to do a Christmas Day stream. I'll start at mid morning here, Central Time in the US. I'll start at mid morning sometime. I'll get my Christmas dinner all ready to eat, get it together, then probably start my stream. And and I'm just going to stream for the day, and whoever hangs out, hangs out. If there's folks that don't have somewhere to go, they don't have anybody for Christmas, they can come over and hang out in the Sty Shack for Christmas, and we'll have some fun on the Christmas day here at the Sty Shack. So that's what I'm doing this year. Yep, yep, yeah, and that's the way I felt too. Is get the gifts for the kids. The Christmas was about the family and the kids. Oh yeah, the elephant gift game. Yeah, I don't. I don't remember exactly how they did that, but yeah, I remember that. That's yeah. WTF? Like I'll fly and spend Christmas with you. You don't have to fly all the way here. You just jump online. I'll be here. Okay, Mike. Falling asleep, so I'm going to say good night, everyone. Stay safe. We'll catch you all later. Yep. Yep. You have a wonderful one there. Yeah. Will says, I love to give honestly. I don't want to receive. That's it, you know. And that's the thing is, I had many a Christmas where I had one or two gifts, and people would go like, "Ooh, look at Sty's only got one or two gifts," and I was the one in the room with the biggest smile because I didn't need anything. I did not need a gift, but I sure loved the fact that I was able to give what I was able to give and watch others take it and enjoy it and to me because I had a different outlook on what Christmas was all about. So Will, yeah, you and I are very like-minded in that one. WTF? Mike says I have a huge family though. I'm one of 13. Oh yeah, big family, big family. Yeah, well, yeah, yeah. You're wrapping it up with it. I love that. Yeah. Little Willie is going to bed. I'm gonna go to bed. Thank you much, Will. God, it's always great seeing you here, man. Always great. Susan says my dad used to sell Christmas trees up the corner from our house, and it was awesome. I sold Christmas trees for our Boy Scout troop. They took all of the older scouts, and we ran the tree lot. And yeah, we sold Christmas trees, and we sold a lot of them because I lived growing up not too far away from Minneapolis, Minnesota, huge city. And boy, people come from all around to buy trees from us, and I loved selling trees at the lot. Yeah, it just won't quit raining, eh, Mike? Goldfish says, um, "Well, I am out of 8. I have an aunt that had 11. Wow, yeah, my oldest daughter has 10. Oh, yeah, she has 10. There was only 4. I only had 3 siblings, and the wife and I, we only had 4. We had 2 boys, 2 girls. Out of the 2 boys and 2 girls, I've got 15 grandchildren and 1 great grandson. Yeah, I'd love to see them all get together without killing each other. I, yeah, I told them, I said, you want to give me something for Christmas? Give me a guarantee that we can all just get together and just have a nice family Christmas and everybody be peaceful and not tear each other up. And so I don't have to say, well, guys, I ain't doing this, and I have to go home. Make it a waste of time, you know. Um, yeah, cut down our own tree. Yeah, I did that for many years, and then my ex, she got into the designer stuff. She wanted fake trees and thousands of dollars of decorations for the house. And WTF, mom's family and dad's both had 12. Yeah. My grandmother and grandfather on the one side, one had, they had 12, the other had 11. There you go, Susan Lee. That's cool. 1 girl and 3 boys and 6 grandkids. Yeah. Yep. Yep. Well, folks, I think we're going to have to shut her down. Hate to do her, but Sty's got to take his nighttime meds. Yeah. Still got to take a couple pills at the end of the day. And yep, needed those kids to keep the farm running. Go fish. Sty North. Oh no. Yeah, I do. I do need to. Um, I got I got a bunch of errands I got to run tomorrow, and I gotta try to get outdoors. I got to. I will have a nice night and sweet dreams tonight. Thanks to all you great folks. You just made my day. You made yeah. Today has been for me kind of like a mellow day all day, um, and totally uneventful. And other than going over to Everything Spices and watching him eat 8 Reaper peppers in that world's hottest chocolate bar, that goofball. Other than that, today it's been totally uneventful until my stream tonight. You guys just, boy, you put an extra thick layer of frosting on my cake today. Um, that's yeah, that's about all I can say. Um, oh, Evie, I'm not that amazing. Yes, thank you guys for the nice memory trip. Um, yeah, all of you. I want all of you to make sure to stay safe, stay happy, stay happy. Put a smile on your face and give yourself a reason not to have to force a smile. Think of something. If there's nothing today that can put a smile on your face, think of something in the past that was just awesome, and then smile big and hearty. Mike, you did not have to do that. You did not have to do that, man. You guys, yeah, I know. I say it all the time. You guys don't have to do that, but I love you for it. Yeah, and that's where it goes is outdoors. So, oh, you saw the hot ramen challenge? I actually like those. I actually like those. Um, they were hotter than sin, and I wish I could have just taken a lot longer to eat them, and just eat it like it was a meal. I would have actually done better with them. But I wanted to eat them fast enough that we didn't want that stream going for a stinking hour of just Sty sitting there slowly eating his hot noodles. So, but yeah, I loved it. Yeah. So yeah, everybody's saying good night for everything to everybody and everything. And again, love y'all. Hope hey, I hope that I'm hoping to have another stream. Maybe Tuesday night. I'll jump up and do a stream if anybody's available, and and then the usual Thursday, and then Tuesday night I'll be able to give an update if I manage to get outdoors Monday or during the day Tuesday, and we'll be able to count on a couple of videos. Mike, you did it twice. You're starting to stutter, Mike. Oh, you guys, yeah, you're too much. You're too much. You're too much. You made me feel too good. Yeah, you made me feel too good already. I mean, now I'm going to have trouble going to sleep because I'll have this damn smile on my face and I won't be able to relax to go to sleep. Just thinking all you great folks. You all stay safe and healthy and happy, and I will see you within the next few days. Mike. Okay, guys. Love you. See you soon. I'm getting out of here before Mike can do any more. I mean, Mike, you're crazy. You're crazy. Love y'all, and guaranteed the next one at the minimum will be around the campfire Thursday night. And until then, love y'all, and you have a very, very good night. Bye bye.